Good morning, everyone. Please find your seats. And before we opened this theme session, it is a great pleasure for us to also connect new music. And this is a beautiful piece that we will be listening before we open.
Vi har spelat fredsmusik för er här och ni har gått in. Hoppas att ni är nu alldeles infiltrerade med fred. Och vi fortsätter med en sång som heter Allt vad vi på jorden äger. Som är en folklig koral ifrån min by Hör här i Skåne. Som vi har satt tillsammans med en fredssång från Mahes region Casamance i Senegal. Allt vad vi på jorden äger.
Thank you for this lovely music. And we now want to open today's theme sessions. Item one of on the agenda, honored members of the Nordic Council, ministers, observers, guests to the Nordic Council. And as the president, it is a great pleasure and honor for me once again to welcome you all to the theme session of the Nordic Council here in Malmö. 2022 also marks a special year for the Nordic Council because we celebrate our 70th anniversary. And we, of course, can not only reflect the successes of the Nordic Council, but it's also important that we continue the work of the Council. However, we live in a time a day that is characterized by the pandemic presence and also by a war in Europe. And dear colleague, there is a great need to deal with some of these very important issues. And I'm therefore so happy that we've been able to come together in person here in Malmö during this anniversary year. And dear friends and colleagues, I hereby declare the theme sessions of the Nordic Council open. We now go to adopt the list of delegates. A proposal of the list is evident from document 2B/2022 on our website, norden.org. The website is regularly updated, so the latest version of the agenda and other documents are available there. Should there be any amendments to the list of delegates, then please ask for the floor now. Can you approve the proposal? The answer is yes. And the list of delegates for the theme session is hereby approved. Next, approval of the agenda. We now go to the agenda, and also the proposal of the Presidium for the agenda is evident from 2C/22 and is available on the website. Can you approve the agenda? The answer is yes. And we will now go to 1.3, the rules for the conduct of the theme sessions, and I will now go through and refer to document 2A about how we are going to conduct these theme sessions. And also, when it comes to the speaking time for members and representatives of governments, the Presidium proposes that members and representatives of the government have the right to speak under all items, that members have 3 minutes to present considerations and proposals, and for other interventions in the debate, you have 2 minutes. That the President will allocate the word to the spokespersons over the party groups proportionate to the size of the group in as far as possible. That the representatives of government have 5 minutes for their reports or information, and 3 minutes to present proposals, and for other interventions in the debate, they have 2 minutes. And as for replies, the Presidium proposes that members and representatives of governments can be given the opportunity to reply to all speeches, and that if you want to ask for the floor, you need to signal during the speech or at the end of the speech, and that the person that you direct your reply to should be given the opportunity to respond immediately. That for replies and answers, there is a time limit of 1 minute, and that the President can also give the floor to members or representatives of governments up to 2 times in the same exchange. And also, we have a long list, and therefore the Presidium and the President will be a bit restrictive when it comes to give time for replies, because we want to give the floor to everyone, and I ask for your indulgence and understanding. As for the question session, the Presidium proposes that representatives of governments be given 3 minutes for an introductory speech, and that members, observers, and the Nordic Youth Council be given 1 minute to ask questions, that representatives of governments be given 2 minutes for answers, and the President can also give the floor to any follow-up questions. And as for the possibility to end debates, the Presidium proposes that all items on the agenda have the time allocated to deal with them, and that the President can end a debate when the time allocated have been ended. And as for votes, the Presidium proposes that votes are done electronically, and if technology is not available, then we will also use ballots. And beyond the rights to speak that I have just outlined, then you can also find them on the norden.org or 2A/22. And there are also rules for guests, observers, and the Nordic Youth Council. And in order to facilitate for the conduct of the theme sessions and to also allocate as much time for debate that we can, then I also ask all speakers to follow the instructions on your table regarding the use of microphone, and also for the choice of interpretations for replies. So can you approve it? Hereby done. We now move to item 2 of the agenda, namely a topical debate, a theme debate regarding the war in Europe. Again, how can we in the Nordic countries best help Ukraine and create the best possible security in Norway, in Europe, and in the world? And the Presidium have also condemned strongly Russia's brutal, illegal and Russia's brutal invasion of the Ukraine.
And also this was in the wake of the Second World War and has, during its 7-year-long existence, always stood up for democracy, peace, and human rights. I believe that I can say with certainty that Ukraine has the entire Nordic Council's support. Russia should now alone takes full responsibility for the invasion that is in breach of international law and human rights. And the attack has had huge consequences for the entire world. All of our security systems have been brutally changed. Europe is rearming and strengthening its defense budgets as never before. And we also have to be prepared for hybrid and cyber attacks here in the Nordic region. And there are enormous consequences of the war, are going to be huge and going to affect all of us. In the debate which now will follow, I hope that we can discuss constructive solutions to these challenges and how we can best help Ukraine. It is about how we in the Nordic countries can promote peace, help Ukraine in its battle for defend itself, and also how we can help the millions that are now fleeing. Many Ukrainian refugees have already come to the Nordic countries, and more are on their way. There is also a great need for humanitarian help to those who remain in Ukraine. My dear friends, our thoughts go to the Ukrainian people, and it is for us a great honor to our theme session today, the Ukrainian ambassador in Denmark, Mikhailo Vidonik, as the first speaker in this debate. Mr. Ambassador, could I ask you to take the podium? You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. Dear President Erkki Tuomioja, distinguished ministers, distinguished members of parliaments, members of Nordic Council, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored and grateful for the invitation and opportunity to present a joint statement by the ambassadors of Ukraine to the Nordic Council countries. You correctly titled this topical debate, War in Europe Again. But I would like to clarify that this is not just a war in Europe. This is an attack on Europe itself. Russia treacherously attacked Ukraine. The evil that had been hiding behind the mask of hybrid operations for many years has openly invaded the territory of a European country. The European security architecture has crumbled before our eyes. Under the cynical pretext of preventing Ukraine from becoming a source of military threat, Russia itself has become a personification of such a threat. But was it unexpected for us? No. Ukraine has known for a long time about the evil plans of the Kremlin. Ukraine warned the collective West not to appease the Putin regime. Ukraine said that the sanctions imposed in 2014 in response to Russia's armed aggression against Ukraine were not enough. That the completion of the construction of Nord Stream 2 will further free hands of the aggressor. That anti-Russian rhetoric should be consolidated and targeted. Unfortunately, the understanding of all this has come only now, when the horrors of the war in Ukraine are the main topic of daily news. When millions of Ukrainians are looking for a safe haven from the daily bombings. When the blood of innocent Ukrainian civilians have spilled on the map of Europe. But better later than never. We are grateful to the Nordic Council and Nordic countries for all the assistance you have
Vi är tacknämliga
provided to Ukraine. Finland, for the first time in its history, provided weapons. Norway has moved away from the policy of not providing weapons to countries outside NATO. Sweden, for the first time since 1939, provided military aid. Denmark, for the first time in recent history, donated arms to a country at war. These are unprecedented decisions, and these are very correct decisions, because not only peace in Ukraine depends on them. Peace throughout Europe depends on them. Hundreds of volunteers from your countries have joined the International Legion of Territorial Defense of Ukraine. Thousands of tons of humanitarian aid were sent to the border with Ukraine. The amounts of financial donations are measured in hundreds of millions of euros. This is also an unprecedented impulse of sympathy and solidarity. But what awaits us? As we can see, a long, exhaustive war looms over my country. War with the enemy who surpasses us in military strength, but not in strength of character. And Ukraine will fight. This is beyond the slightest doubt. We will defend our land, our homes, our independence and freedom. At the same moment, we expect support from our partners. First of all, the most severe anti-Russian sanctions should be applied. It is necessary to tighten the economic noose around the neck of the aggressor so much that it cannot spend a single penny for the military purposes. A complete breakdown of economic ties, a complete rejection of Russian products, a complete embargo on trade with Russia. Only in this way we can end this war and improve security in Europe. The war in Ukraine, the war in Europe, makes us reconsider the entire international security system. An occupying country, an aggressor country, a murderous country cannot continue to be a member of international organizations created to prevent war. It is something for the nearest future. But now, our main task is to stop this war. But not at any cost. We must achieve it through unity and solidarity against our common enemy. We must continue this fight together until the evil is punished, so that flames of war never again burn in Europe. Thank you very much once again for your support, for your solidarity. Believe us, every single applause, every single euro or crowns or whatever you are spending to help Ukrainians who are fleeing the war, but in particular, every single weapon that your country is delivering to Ukraine to support Ukrainian soldiers, believe us, it is all in all of us, all of our country's interest. The more, I will say it rudely, maybe not undiplomatically, but the more Russian tanks and planes we will destroy, the less dangerous Russia will be also for your countries as well. So believe us, victory will be ours. We believe in this victory, and it will come soon, but we need your support every day, every minute. So once again, thank you very much for your attention, for hosting me here today. It's really an honor for Ukraine, for Ukrainian ambassador to stand in front of you, and we should stand together. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the Nordic Council, I thank you for these very moving words in your presentation. Nu går vi över till...
And now to the next speaker, and he is the Foreign Minister of Finland, Pekka Haavisto. Minister Haavisto, you have 5 minutes, sir. Mr. President, Ambassador, best parliamentarians and listeners, Nordic friends, I speak here today about a topic that nobody could imagine would be current war in Europe again. All Nordic countries have strongly condemned Russia's attack of Ukraine, even the EU and many other partners. Russia's attack is aimed at Ukraine, but it is at the same time an attack against the European security order. Russia's invasion of Europe is a gross breach of the international law and UN treaty, and Russia must immediately stop these acts of war. And we are steadfast behind Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. The EU has reacted faster and more determinedly on the attack than ever before. Even the international community has condemned Russia's actions on a wide front. Cohesion between the EU and its partners is impressive. The situation in Ukraine is dire. Russia has increasingly attacked civil targets and civilians have died, even children. This has quickly exacerbated the humanitarian crisis. The fighting makes it very difficult for the population to get food, water and healthcare, and we must do our best to see that humanitarian assistance reaches them. The negotiations are underway between the partners, and it would be important to get a ceasefire in place. To deliberately target acts of war against civilian targets and civilians is an act of war crime. We support the investigation that the International Criminal Court has started. According to the UN, 3 million people have already had to leave Ukraine. The EU has decided to grant people who have fled Ukraine a temporary residence permits for 1 to at most 3 years. Russia's attack at the Ukraine has been strongly condemned in the world. The EU and its central partners, among them the US, have also established extensive sanctions against Russia. Belarusian territory has used on the attack in Ukraine, and we condemn Belarus' participation in the attack on Ukraine, and sanctions have even been aimed at them. Sanctions have an effect. They are robust and affect Russian hard. Sanctions and other measures have never been greatly condemned the condemnation of the international community against Russia. EU's political, financial, humanitarian support continues, and also this support includes also defense equipment. The UN is the most important multilateral organ for upholding international peace. It is important that Russia's invasion, the situation in Ukraine, is handled addressed in the UN, and it is against the United Nations charters and international law, and this is going to have consequences in various international organizations. This message was given very clearly when the UN's General Assembly 2 weeks ago adopted a resolution with a large majority which condemned Russia's actions. Even the participating states in the Organization for Cooperation and Security in Europe has also condemned Russia's actions on a wide front and also expressed its support for Ukraine. Since our security policy context has changed so much, we have to strengthen our good Nordic collaboration. With this in mind, our close contacts are very valuable, especially when it comes to security and defense issues. Collaboration with Sweden, other Nordic countries and NATO strengthens Finland's security and promotes also stability in the region. Collaboration with NATO has also been developed. In Finland, the government has now started work to task for the government to take the issue on board, to discuss it, and also to discuss with our collaboration with NATO. The Nordic countries' good transatlantic relations also strengthened our partnerships network and vice versa. It is important to continue on this line. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And our next speaker is the Norwegian Minister for Nordic Cooperation, Anne Beate Kristiansen Tvinnereim. Please, you have 5 minutes. Mr. President, Ambassador, dear Nordic colleagues, there is a war in the midst of Europe, in a violation of international law, a full-scale invasion of our democratic countries. Few of us believe that we would ever see such war on the European continent. It is Putin and his regime who are solely responsible for what's now happening, not the man in the street in Russia. And it's important that we all bear that in mind. When the Nordic Council of Ministers is freezing its cooperation with Russia and Belarus, it is targeting the Russian government, not the Russian people. Mr. President, the Nordic countries stand together, and we stand together with all the allies and other neighboring countries in our strong reactions against Russia. Together we have introduced an unprecedented package of sanctions against Russia. And for us in the Nordic countries, the war has required a change of pace. In a short period of time, we have made decisions to depart from previous practice for export of defense material to help Ukraine. Together, we are now donating weapon and protective equipment to allow Ukraine to defend itself. Together, we stand up for the Ukrainian people. All the Nordic countries contribute with humanitarian assistance in Ukraine and neighboring countries. The Norwegian government is donating up to 250 million kroner to UN's regional plan, and also we provide 2 billion to humanitarian assistance in Ukraine and neighboring countries. And as I said, 250 million to the regional response plan and 350 million to the Red Cross. And on top of this is the UN and Norwegian humanitarian organizations' efforts in Ukraine and neighboring countries, mine clearing work, and also support to preparedness mechanism in the EU. Mr. President, we have a situation where uncertainty prevails and where the secure Europe has been turned upside down. We have a neighbor which demonstrates the will to use military power to achieve their goals, obvious in conflict with international law. This also affects our security policy landscape in Nordic, and it also makes us rethink our own security and safety here in the Nordics and how we can best protect our countries and inhabitants. We do not yet know the scope and consequences of the war, but after almost 4 weeks, we already see a refugee situation in Europe that we haven't seen since the Second World War. Around 3 million Ukrainians have now left their home country, and further millions are internally displaced in Ukraine. The UN estimates that a total of 10 million people have now had to leave their countries. And in other words, this is a humanitarian disaster of enormous dimensions, and the war will also exert greater pressure on the UN and the multilateral world order. Together, the Nordic countries are ready to help the many people in Ukraine that have been forced to leave their homes because of Russia's brutal warfare. Our strong welfare societies offer the best preconditions to receive and protect Ukrainian refugees. In the Nordic countries, we have a joint wish to contribute to establish a world where right takes precedency over power and where we find solutions through collaboration. And we should stand firm on that message. And therefore, it's important that we continue to stand up for the values that define us: democracy, rule of law, freedom, peaceful interaction and trading, and sovereign states' right to decide their alliance and collaboration partners themselves. When Ukrainians are now fighting for their destiny and freedom, they are also fighting for the same values. We must also maintain our spirit of solidarity in the Nordic region. We will continue to support and show solidarity with the Ukrainians. We're going to help and also keep an extra eye on those who are particularly vulnerable. And there is a long tradition for doing just that in the Nordic countries. Last but not least, I would also like to highlight the importance of unity across alliances. And we will also maintain the Nordic cooperation and the strong sense of trust that we have to each other, because in uncertain times we need our close ones. You need those who share fundamental values and perspectives when it comes to what the world should look like. Thank you.
Ja, tack, minister.
Thank you, Minister. The next speaker is the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Faroe Islands, Jenis of Rana, and you have 5 minutes.
Det gick, men...
All right. Mr. President, dear Nordic friends, thank you for inviting us to participate in today's topical debate, and also for allocating time to discuss these horrendous acts that are taking place in Europe today. Dear ambassadors, thank you for your words. We all stand side by side with Ukraine in this matter. And also Jeppe Kofod, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Denmark, was unable to be here, but he sends his greetings. The dialogue between Copenhagen and the Faroe Islands is good, and we also share the view of foreign affairs and politics. It is highly tragical to see that once again there is war in Europe, and that the biggest country here is then invading the second largest country. And the flow of refugees are sent across borders in Europe because of war is a scenario that most people was something of a primitive past. War is the worst kind for dehumanization. And the ruthlessness and lack of respect for human lives, people cannot maintain the possibility to maintain their culture, their freedom, just to mention a few. GI-UK gap is something where we find the Faroe Islands. And our country has 53,000 people, and we are in the western part of the Atlantic in a highly vulnerable area for aggression. So therefore, there's no doubt that we watch the events with concern. In the Nordic countries, we have to relate to the question of whether or not we are moving to a new agenda when it comes to security policy. And can a person who wants to go to war and wage a war, actually, what can they do to Europe? When a ruthless aggressor, despite the large support for Ukraine, still wage a war in the midst of Europe and also defy the International Court of Justice in The Hague. We don't exaggerate when we suddenly see that theaters, block of flats are bombed to ruins. Millions of innocent people are fleeing from the country that is subject to devastation and ruin. How long can we wait to put the aggressor and hold them accountable? We will be preparing the implementation of the sanctions that have been decided. The first refugees have arrived in the Faroe Islands. It gives us hope to see the solidarity between the countries and also to see the whole of Europe receive refugees from Ukraine and protect them. Mr. President, the international collaboration should be intensified in all areas, not least in the Nordic Council, but also other regional and international organizations should also step up. We must ensure that international collaboration is based on fair rules and that it costs to break the rules. A mutual respect and recognition of our legitimate interests is the basis for the Nordic Council. Stefan Schweigfried also described war in Europe. But I would like to thank all of you for the possibility to address you and also for your attention.
Tack minister för ett inlägg och
Thank you, Minister. And now we go to the next speaker, who is the President for the Nordic Council, Jānis Vūkans. And you have 2 minutes. You have the floor.
Honorable President of the Nordic Council, distinguished ministers, Honorable Ambassador of Ukraine to Sweden, dear Nordic friends and colleagues, first of all, many thanks for possibility to address you in your this team session. We, Baltic Assembly, firmly condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine. For almost a month, innocent people are dying, and Vladimir Putin is showing no respect for human life. First of all, Ukrainian, but also Russian. The Baltic history helps us understand the experiences of the Ukrainian people, but despite the devastation and sadness in our region, we know that this is time to act. The international community made some serious mistakes in 2014 when Russia invaded Crimea. Because of that, we are today in this horrible situation. Now, Ukraine is on the front line to protect its freedom, but also the rights of all of us to democracy and peace in Europe. We must not forget that. Dear colleagues, there are 2 main directions for our work. Firstly, to support Ukraine, and secondly, to isolate Russia. I want to use this opportunity to invite all the Nordic countries to one additional activity besides all the measures mentioned in his speech by Honourable Ambassador of Ukraine. I want to use this opportunity to invite all the Nordic EU member states to support granting Ukraine the official status of the candidate country to European Union. Ukraine, such step will be a clear sign that the European community not only supports Ukrainians in words, but also is ready to take very serious political steps. The Baltic states have already expressed firm support and commitment to help Ukraine become a full-fledged member of the European Union. And now some words about isolating Russia. We, people in Baltics, have always said that diplomatic means and light economic sanctions are not going to affect the actions of Russia. The language Putin understands is power. European leaders have to be more united than ever to show Russia that invading in an independent democratic state is not going to be accepted, and the consequences will be severe on all levels. Dear friends, I want to conclude by saying that Ukraine and other countries at a similar risk have their eyes on Europe. We must remain alarmed and focused. Even if the war has become the new reality in Europe, we cannot accept it as something normal. Let us work together to stop the war in Ukraine and any future violent aggressions from Russia. Thank you. Slava Ukraini!
Tack, Mr. President. Och nu går vi till ord.
All right, next speaker is the spokesperson for the Nordic Council's party groups. Each has 2 minutes of speaking time, and I first give the floor to the Social Democratic group, Linda Modig. This means a risk for life. That is what war means, and also especially during crisis. The ambassador says everything that we feel, and therefore a war is very difficult to deal with. The night in the early hours of 24th of February, people were woken up in the early minute because what we feared would happen actually happened. On the 24th of February, it's a gloomy day for Nordic countries and for Europe because Putin has this vision of Ukraine and therefore initiated a war on European soil. And the Social Democratic Party, our thoughts and sentiment goes to the Ukrainian people. We condemn strongly Russia's aggressive attack on Ukraine, and that also is a breach of international law and other laws, and it is an attack on a peaceful nation, an independent nation. This is wholly unacceptable. It is also an attack on Ukraine, as the ambassador said. This is also an attack on the whole security structure in Europe and international work. At the critical moment, it is important that we are on this right line in history. We are backing the Ukraine's side, and we also stand with the other countries. The NATO allied member states also speak with one voice, and also the Nordic countries' participation in NATO is up to the other. Jonas Gahr Støre, the Norwegian Prime Minister, said that some countries are members of NATO, some countries are members of EU, but we're all part of the Nordic countries, and we will be fighting to preserve lives here. Thank you.
And now the next speaker from the Centre Group, Linda Modig. You have the floor, 2 minutes. Thank you, and dear Nordic and Baltic friends, Mr. Ambassador. Ukraine's cause is ours. Thursday, the 24th of February, a limit was passed when Vladimir Putin chose to escalate the armed conflict in our close region by continuing to use his military against his neighbor countries. This has undermined the entire European security order. Putin's military invasion in Ukraine is a crime against international law and also millions of people are now refugees, both inside and outside the country. And Putin continues to go over bounds. Cruelty and cynicism in Putin's war is indescribable. And dear listeners, while Putin is taking a stronger grasp of his own people, they are marinated in lies and avoids the truth. And then we in the Nordics and the Baltics, we have democracy, human rights and rule of law. Here in Europe and the whole West world, we use our freedom of speech and our freedom to meet to meet together and send a unified signal. We who represent the Nordic people are gathered here in Malmö with our Baltic friends, and today we have three messages. We condemn Russia's unprovoked and unresponsible invasion of Ukraine. We call upon Russia to immediately end its military actions and to stop making war crimes, and also to unconditionally take back its forces from Ukraine. And thirdly, we are in solidarity with the Ukrainian people, and we stand for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. No one can do everything, but we can all do something. Let us continue to do what we can to gather money to send support in different ways. But Ukrainians are so courageously fighting for their freedom and their survival, and they also fight for our freedom. We stand with Ukraine. We stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. Thank you. And the next speaker is from the Conservative Group. You have 2 minutes. Thank you, Chair. There is a straight line from Akureyri and from Iceland to Malmö in Sweden. There's a straight line of 8 years. For 8 years ago, we had an extra theme session to condemn Russians' illegal annexation of Crimea, and now we condemn the war, the invasion of Ukraine. But what we can do is to be self-critical and say, what have we done during these 8 years? Well, we've condemned, we've waved flags, we've had rather weak sessions. We haven't even dared to touch upon Nord Stream 2, the gas line. Now we've ourselves got to bear the fruit of our own actions. And then, as now, we should listen to the messages that come from both our Baltic friends as from the Ukrainian ambassador. What are they saying? Well, that in order to stop Russia, to stop the war, to ensure peace, then we need even harder, tougher sanctions, and they need weapons. We have to stand up for Ukraine, not just by waving flags, not just by statements, but also concrete actions. Friends, those of you who have been in the Country Council for a long time, look into yourselves. Where have you stood when we have discussed Nord Stream 2 as a possible sanction? Where were you? What's your stand in the start when we talked about the weapon was going to be sent to Ukraine? And where are you today on this? Ukraine deserves our support and deserves a support bigger than words. They deserve that we stand for sanctions, that we give them weapons, because their fight is ours. Thank you. Thank you, and we're moving on now from the Nordic left, and it is Rasmus Hultqvist. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Jo, tak.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for coming here and to speak from your heart, because that's what it's all about today. I was born in 1985. I grew up in the 1990s. I can recall that we were scared as children. We were scared for a nuclear war. And for the past 30 years, I thought that, now we're really going somewhere in a different directions. We have not feared to be at war. And then this happens, and this barbaric and illegal, unlawful attack from Putin. The worst is to see the footage from Ukraine, people who are actually caught in the war. 6 million children, 6 million children will bear the war with them all through their lives. We see people, you can see that they struggle, they can't get out. We see people with chronic diseases, they can't get their medication. And we also hear reports of people who cannot get medical supplies because of the war. And we need to bear that in mind when we now deal with this serious topic. We also have to bear in mind, as the Norwegian minister also said, this is not what the Russian people are doing. It's Putin, what he is doing. And there are Russian activists that are also now fleeing from Russia. And we also need to receive them and help them in the Nordic countries. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is representative for Nordic Freedom. You have 2 minutes.
President.
Chair, dear Nordic friends, here in the Øresund Sound, then it is war feelings, and the spring sun is coming out, and the small spring flowers are starting to bud. But the spring never came to Ukraine. Instead, war came. The 24th of February changed everything. Instead of spring flowers, the Ukrainian children are picking in the rubble, and treasures have been changed to horrible screams under Putin's terror bombs, who has bombed hospitals and maternity wards. And Britain's cannons have been directed towards civilian targets and not. And this invasion of Ukraine has marked the breaking point between after-war Europe and a completely new security policy time. We are in agreement with that, and the European security order is now in tatters. Ukraine is our close region, and we have a responsibility to support the country with everything we can, economically, humanitarily, militarily, and we neighbours also. Together, we should make an inventory of our possibilities to, in a coordinated manner, support Ukraine. And at the same time, also in a concerted way, to try to give all economical and political, open all these taps against Putin's Russia. Today, it's Ukraine who is fighting for its existence as a free and sovereign state. Tomorrow, it could be another European state. And that underscores the need to increase and practice our Nordic preparedness for security. We should, in the spirit of gathered parliamentarism, do everything we can in our governments and with our colleagues to put maximum pressure against Russia and give Ukraine massive support. And also to try for freedom and peace, we need also power to act. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is ready. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for a great intervention from the President, but also from spokespersons from other party groups. If Putin has been successful on one issue, it is to bring Europe together when it comes to condemning the acts. Because it's brutal to see how one of our neighboring countries is harassed and invaded by Russia. Millions of people have now had to leave, and it is a disaster created by the Russians. We are going to help Ukraine, and in both Norway and the Nordic countries have taken a firm stand, and we will be receiving refugees. My party, the Progress Party, is all about having a policy where we help people in neighboring areas, and therefore we will help. And we also help to receive refugees. This is what we've always said, that the countries that have the best preconditions to receive them and also to put them to work and protect them so that they can also be useful members of society. But there are always people who want to exploit such situations. Therefore, we need to have control and also have control of our borders. Another question is how we can also secure our own countries. We want to be more self-sufficient, both when it comes to equipment and materials, but also foods, because Ukraine is a major producer, and I believe that the Nordic countries can cooperate to be more sufficient when it comes to a variety of products, and that we can also secure supply of foods. But also when it comes to Sweden's debate on that we also have more eyes in the Nordic countries that can help support NATO. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is the representative for the Sami Parliamentary Council, Håkan Jonsson. You have 2 minutes, sir. Thank you, President, and dear listeners and members of the Nordic Council. I want to thank from the Sami Parliamentary Council for the possibility of being here today. It has been very interesting to listen to all the discussions. The Sami Parliamentary Council is a political organ elected by the indigenous people in Norway, Sweden and Finland. And because Sami are indigenous people in the 4 countries, even the representatives are there even representatives from Russia represented. They are not they are permanent participators and not members. The topic today about the aggression against the people of Ukraine also affects us. The Sami Council condemns in the strongest terms what the Russian is doing against the Ukrainian people. But this is not just about the violation of human rights, but also people who live in Russia who are also affected by the sanctions that are imposed. Because Sami are a people who live in 4 countries, of which Russia is one of them, is it true that it is true that the New World situation will also affect the Sami cooperation negatively? Sanctions and possibly closed borders may also exclude Sami on the Russian side from the international indigenous peoples collaboration. Sami in Russia have under earlier difficult conditions worked under difficult conditions and have not had support from the Russian state for their work. Naturally, it is the crime against international law has been perpetrated by the Russian invasion, which are terrible. But we mustn't forget the EU's only indigenous people, the Sami, who also exist within Russia's borders. It is very important that the Russian Sami situation is included in the discussion which is carried out with the EU and NATO countries. Also, that measures are taken to ensure that there is a possibility to work together with other Sami people. The Council would like the Nordic Council that all questions that pertain to the Sami, especially the Russian Sami's rights, would also be taken into account when one talks about indigenous peoples. The Sami Council also looks at the common Sami issues, and it's important. We have to look at what is affected by this transition for carbon emissions, and we look at that is also important. What is important today is when it comes to wind power and also mining operations, which affect Sami livelihoods negatively. And this is also, this be weighed against Western exploitation, also resource exploitation, and when it comes to where we are today. We have to look at all the problems that exist. That's why I wanted to see that the Nordic Council in the future will take political decisions and work in order to take into account and support also Sami culture and livelihoods in the future, in order to look at, so everyone can have an effect on the future. Also, the Sami Council should have permanent membership in the Nordic Council. It is, and we would be an important part of a Nordic collaboration too. Geito, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I also ask all speakers to respect the allotted speaker time. The next speaker is the representative of the Nordic Youth Council, Rasmus Enborg. You have 2 minutes. Dear Nordic friends, honourable guests, 6 months ago, we were at the Nordic Council sessions and I spoke about the need for a joint democratic defence against the world's authoritarian leaders that want to break the Western democracy. Now, 6 months later, a whole generation, for the first time, are experiencing war in Europe. And in the Nordic Youth Council, there is no doubt that in the Nordic countries, we will be on the right side of history and stand shoulder by shoulder with Ukraine in its defense of liberty, democracy, and human rights, and also, not least, help Ukrainian countrymen fleeing, as much as we can. They also, in the West in these days, need to show their strength and the geopolitical tectonic plates that are in motion. Every other Swede is now in favor of NATO membership, and this should also go for a majority of the Finnish people, and we believe that this crisis should also bring us together in the Nordics. War also means that dependency on Russian gas and infrastructure is not good. But we also just imagine the chaos that will break loose the day there is a conflict between China and the West. And not only activities such as Volvo is on Chinese hands, but in the report Breaking the China Supply Chain states clearly that also the Western is strategically dependent of imports from China in hundreds of articles in the category critical national infrastructure. And this is crazy. We have to stand together with our Nordic brothers and sisters and make ourselves independent in the energy sector and also be self-sufficient because of the green transitions. And also, thank you to all our Ukrainian friends present here. Slava Ukraini. Next speaker is the president for the West Nordic Council, Pippa Lucklinger Rasmussen. You have 2 minutes. Mr. President, Ambassador, guests, it is really sad what we're experiencing now. Who would think that there would be war in a democratic country in 2022? We are paying close attention to what's happening there, and our warmest thoughts go to Ukraine and the people, and also to invade a democratic country, an independent country. And we have solidarity and sympathy for Ukraine, and we also have to stand up and help where we can. The war has also given us an opportunity to fundamental considerations and reflection. We also need to rethink our international relations and stand firm on our values such as democracy, security, stability, and also low tension. We who live in the Western Nordic region, up in the North Atlantic and Arctic, we do not have borders with Russia or Ukraine. We do not experience the threats and the refugees to the same extent that you do. But also, what about the Russian attack? We also need to think about the peaceful cooperation and also to think about the holistic situation. We're contributing the best we can under the Nordic umbrella with dialogue and also in other fora. And we're therefore happy to be participating in the theme session of the Nordic Council. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Pyry Niemi, President for the Baltic Sea Parliamentary Conference. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Herra President.
Mr. Chair,
BSPC has been the platform for cooperation and political dialogue of parliaments, governments, and civil society in the whole of Baltic Sea region. Our main goal was to overcome the Cold War and contribute to stability, peace, and democracy in our region. And now we are facing a cruel and horrible war in the middle of Europe, as we could no longer imagine in this form after so many years of cooperation. As the president of the BSPC, I condemn in the strongest possible terms the completely unjust and full-scale military attack and invasion by the Russian Federation against the sovereignty, independence, and people of Ukraine. Day by day, the attacks of Ukraine are posing a more dangerous threat to peace, stability, and democracy across Europe and the world. Your Excellency, Ambassador of Ukraine, on behalf of the BSPC, I would like to express our strong support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people, as well as our solidarity with you. We condemn the loss of life and human suffering. Herra Presidentti, the BSPC reacted to the attacks immediately and consistently. On 25th of February, myself, together with the BSPC Vice President Johannes Schraps from Bundestag, made a statement where we condemned the invasion. On 12th March, the heads of the delegations of the BSPC member parliaments, except the Russian parliament, declared that these military attacks profoundly violates the fundamental principles to our cooperation. Therefore, we have decided to ensure the suspension of the Russian parliaments from our annual conference and meetings until cooperation under the principles of international law will once again become possible. The Swedish presidency of the BSPC highlights the importance of peaceful and reliable neighborliness, intense cooperation, and democratic values. In times like these, a close parliamentary cooperation working together for these values is more important than ever. I would therefore like to thank the Nordic Council for inviting me here today. We need to work together for a peaceful and democratic future. We will consider the results of our session for the discussions at our next standing committee meeting and our annual conference, which takes place in Stockholm 12th to 14th of June this year. Finally, thank you, dear friends from the Baltic Assembly, for giving me this heart pin on my jacket. It's a sign saying, heart from heart, we stand together with the people of Ukraine. Kiitos, tack. Thank you.
Och så går vi vidare.
We're now moving on the list of speakers. Next speaker is a member of the Presidium.
Så först blir det på dansk.
First, Denmark. To Denmark and all the Nordic countries. You were the first countries where I understood what democracy is, what a democratic society is. And therefore, I stand here today. And I want to invite you to fight with Ukraine. And now I switch to English.
Is our war. And we in the Baltics understand this. And I invite you in the Nordics to understand it even more than you understand it today and now. Dictators are not re-educated. We cannot re-educate them. We have to fight them. And we have to fight them with the same values that we all share of freedom, democracy, equality, rule of law, and human rights. We have a lot to do. We need to protect civilians in Russia. We need to ensure our parliaments vote to accept Ukraine's application for European Union. We need to work to see which court Putin should be tried as fast as possible in Hague, or is it a new trial like in Nuremberg? I'm coming today from Vilnius, where yesterday we met with Belarusian President Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, members of the parliament from many countries in Europe and the US, and there also Ukrainian members of the parliament. And we committed ourselves to be with our friends as long as it takes. Not one announcement, not two. Like many of you have stood beside the Baltic states 30 years ago. We were on our barricades. We know that some people were shot, not far by that tragedy as it is in Ukraine. So if any of you feel the burn in the heart, please come and talk to me. We need and will have to do more and for long. And dictators start the wars, but the wars are won by nations. So I know it will be Ukraine and us together. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Anders Eriksson from the Centre Group. You have 2 minutes, sir. Thank you, President. I don't think I'm the only one who becomes very concerned when you see the images from Ukraine where the Russian military shoot at civilians who are trying to flee, and when you see images from Mariupol where bodies are laying on the ground in such numbers that they cannot be taken care of. It is difficult to actually understand. It is dreadful that such a dreadful war is happening in Europe in 2022. I don't want to become too emotional, but I think it's a wonderful presentation, a speech that the Centre Group, Linda Modig, made, actually. I don't have the security policy competence to judge what is right or wrong. I understand that all people with all measures try to avoid that the war would to spread even further. I understand that, but it seems sorrowful that Ukraine, with its population, should put up with these kind of unjust aggression alone. At the same time, one has to try to find some kind of glimmer of light in it all. If you look at it, the total willingness from Europe to help Ukraine and the Ukrainian people, as also busload after busload comes to the Åland Islands with people who have been and people who before have been critical are very willing to help. So that feels good to know. We also from Little Åland also say that we will support Ukraine and also condemn what is happening, obviously. And I want to conclude by just saying very briefly that it was a fantastic presentations that the ambassador for Ukraine gave us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Bryndís Haraldsdóttir.
President, dear colleagues, I've decided to have this in English to speak directly to my colleagues. As a human being that believes in peace, freedom, international law, and democracy, I never expected to witness a war in Europe, a war as we see now in Ukraine. Fighting pandemic, yes. Fighting and adjusting to global warming, yes. Cybersecurity and natural disasters, yes. Maybe drone strikes on military installation, but attacks on civilians, children being killed, war crimes. I do not have word for this disaster, but Putin has started wars before. He has broken international law. He has moved borders with armed forces. So maybe this should not have come to us as so much surprise. The Ukraine ambassador said earlier that they expected this. They knew the evil plans of Kremlin. I want to sincerely apologize, and probably we all owe Ukraine apology for not listening earlier, for not showing enough support when Russia invaded Crimea in 2014, and in 2020 when Lukashenko stole the president election in Belarus. Our sanction and reaction were not enough. I sincerely believe that the best protection against wars is democracy. But for many years, democracy has not been the case for people living in Russia and Belarus. This reckless and unproductive act of Russia and Ukraine is a flagrant violation of international law. And it is a serious threat to all of us. A threat to European security, the unpredicted attack on a sovereign state is also an attack on the security system of the world. So we are all united in serious sanction. But is it enough? No. We still hear more horror every day, where civilians, women, children are being killed every day. We need to do more. So my time is out. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you all.
And the next speaker is Joni Ovaska. You have 2 minutes.
Tack, Herr President.
Thank you, Chair. Russia has thrown out international accords, and its acts and arguments are not from this century. Russia is looking for power by interpreting history as it wants to. We in Finland have created a long line of foreign and security policy which has to stand against in both good and bad times. Now we are in bad times. But the European security architecture has been shaken to the core, and we have to update our line. The government's going to leave a report to the Parliament at the beginning of April, and we're also going to have a debate on membership in NATO, which is already supported by more than 60% of the population. We must carefully analyze what the war in Ukraine means for us. Russia sees NATO as an enemy, and we have to take that into account if we want to. We need strong collaboration with the Nordic countries. At the same time, we need to condemn or judge how we best can secure the Baltic region. They are strategic choices which will have very long-term effects in the coming years. Thank you. The next speaker is Alvante Vuori.
Next. Han är finsk.
Herr President, Mr. Ambassador.
President and dear Nordic friends, hardly 100 miles from this place is an independent democratic country. Putin's invasion is nothing but barbarism, and his invasion of Ukraine is a peaceful and democratic country, is nothing other than a war against the free society that we live in. Innocent women, children and men are murdered and trying to flee from tanks and bombs and the constant firing by Russian soldiers. In the same second as Putin invaded Ukraine, then families were crushed. And there are a few people here who have, I was born in war. I don't remember much, but the fragments that I have etched themselves in my memory, I have to live with for the rest of my life. And we have to remember that many in the Nordics have also their own memories of war and also of lives as refugees. The Nordic cooperation, like European cooperation, is important from many perspectives. Here we talk often about hindrances which are created to hamper freedoms, but I don't think its collaboration is so victim. It's important that we are strong in our work with democracy and our work with freedom. Let us never forget that, and let us always be united on this. Dear Nordic friends, we must do everything in our power to support the Ukrainian people. Let us every day, every minute, remind Putin, if you attack one democracy, you attack all democracies. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ola Elvestuen from the Centre Group, representing Norway. Thank you, Mr. President. The Nordic countries must support Ukraine, as the Ukrainian ambassador is asking for. We must support with more military material and weapon, not only once, but over time. In coordinated from the EU in collaboration with NATO countries. We must support Ukraine with more direct support, both to the authorities, but also directly to humanitarian institutions that can also give it. We must also maintain and support the sanctions that has been initiated by the EU, but strengthen them. We must also close our ports for Russian vessels, including the landing of fish catchers, and also support those who want to go beyond sanctions. And we must also end the dependency, or at least reduce Europe's dependency on Russian gas and oil. Therefore, the Nordic collaboration on energy must be strengthened, also with Europe, and also renew efforts when it comes to renewables, and also to reduce oil dependency. The International Energy Agency also put out a list last week about 10 items of how to do this. That takes us back to the 1973 oil crisis. There was a proposal for no driving on Sundays, flexible borders, work from home, cheaper public transport or trains. If we're going to let these take effect, the Nordic countries need to collaborate on measures about how we can bring down consumption quickly. And while doing that, we also need to bear in mind that 1.5 years ago, 100,000 Belarusians demonstrated against Lukashenko, and we need to recognize the courage that all those protesting against the Russian war has had, and also the oppositions in Ukraine and Russia has. And this is what the Nordic countries need to do to support Ukraine. Thank you. Next speaker is from Finland. You have 2 minutes.
I will be speaking Finnish. Honored President, Ambassador, and Nordic friends, Russia's attack on Russia united Europe and the Nordic countries. We here in this meeting feel very united and trustful, and we have a joint responsibility. We are part of the West. We need each other. The Nordics collaboration is more important than ever before. We should strive for our common values. All peoples is so very valuable, and each person is valuable, and the child, an old person, and everyone. It is time to pray and help Ukrainian refugees. Good and evil are fighting around us, but also within us. We must not let the bad in us also come out even close to us. We fight for democracy, for justice, and also for a society that is based on contracts and agreements. Our security environment has changed irrevocably, and we must then intensify our collaboration across borders and collaboration. It is a time for serious discussions. The shadows of war will cast very long shadows, and we will have to learn to give up certain things. We have to live in a different ways. We also have to act together in these veins as well. We must ensure that we have a joint road. The history is now in the hands of the above. Thank you. And the next speaker is Jørgen Assen. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you all who have taken the floor for very good intervention and the speeches, also showing the support for our Ukrainian friends. I'm thinking back to my mother and father who experienced the Second World War and told me their stories from Orkdal in central Norway, where I grew up, and where I was actually put in detentions for opposing the regime, and also supporting trade union rights. And now, of course, we are experiencing a war. My children, my grandchildren. And how are we going to counter this? In Norway, first, we felt the need to send first aid equipment and also protective equipment so that people who were used to live in peace and be good neighbors suddenly found themselves in war. But now we're also following the advice of the Ukrainians to send more weapons, and I think we should follow that as long as we can. Children, young people are fleeing all over Europe, are coming to Europe, young girls, young boys who have made it across borders on their own. How can we help them? The Center Group has a proposal to this topical debate. How can we help? How can we invite young people to the Nordic countries who have run away from Ukraine, and also we can invite them to Utøya Island in Norway. Along with the Nordic Youth Council. The Utøya is the symbol of one of the worst tragedies in Norway. How can we discuss upholding human rights, peace, and solidarity and prevent this thing for the one time? These young people will move back to the Ukraine, develop their society, be good neighbors, and therefore I hope that this theme session will support the initiative that the Nordic Council can take an initiative to such a conference where people will share culture, music, and also discuss some of these important issues, because these are important for young people. Thank you. And the next speaker is Anders Kronborg, Denmark. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. In 1988, we had an American folk singer singing in Eastern Berlin. I think that everyone knows him. His name is Bruce Springsteen, and there's no doubt that the bells of freedom were chiming over Eastern Europe. We had hope, freedom in the eyes of the youngsters. And shortly after, the Berlin Wall came crashing down. The European expansion towards the east is in no way a threat to Russia, but it has been an expansion to ensure that more young people, more people in general, more citizens can live in peace, in freedom and democracy, and with respect for human rights. In order that young people can grow up in societies where they can live their dreams, where they can have hope in their eyes, we must respect independent nations, and today we must send the unanimous and clear signal to all of Europe, to Russia, and not least to the Ukrainian people that we are behind Ukraine. We must give Ukraine sympathy, and we must help the thousands of Ukrainians who are currently fleeing from Putin's bombs. But we must also remember that Putin cannot be allowed to divide the Nordic region. So we shouldn't also compromise with the very strong climate ambitions that the Nordic region has. There's no doubt that we will have a challenge in terms of food shortage, but the answer to that is not to return to times where we were not careful, where we didn't take care of our environment. We need to think of the ice in Greenland, the big climate temperatures in Arctic. We must stand together and say that there are other solutions than to withdraw farming land, as was discussed yesterday in Europe. We must be better at food waste, we must be better at eating green, and we must make sure that we do not let ourselves be divided in terms of the war against Ukraine. We must stand one-to-one with the Ukrainian people, and must stand one-to-one with the world's highest climate ambitions that we have here in the Nordic region. My great respect to the Ukrainian ambassador and to the Ukrainian people. I'm very happy with the clear signal that we send from the Nordic Council. We want peace, we want democracy, and we want sympathy with the Ukrainian people. Thank you very much for your attention.
Tack. Och nästa talare är Ville Volve från Åland.
From Åland, please. Ukala Valuta, please. Mr. President, we have a war in Europe now, and usually the first victim is truth. So it's very important to safeguard truth right here and now. That truth cannot die. When the Russian speaking want to know what's happening on, many of them tune into BBC with a Russian language service, and they put an honor in also making sure that they get the truth. And that is also what we do in Estonia. The analysis given are very worth listening to in the Russian world. So we in the Nordic region should take that into consideration. I hope that our government understand to make sure that we have good and balanced Russian language news. This can be possible with with competition, perhaps, between the Nordic public services institutions. Together, we had services doing translation into Russia together. That was well. So we lead a lot more Russian text in the world of good quality, which can be spread and disseminated. We will not get that sort of Russian text from Russia in the coming years. So perhaps we should do something together. Together, we should have our own Radio Free North or Radio Svoboda Serva. So don't let truth die. Thank you, and let us defend truth.
Tack,
and the next is Odni Aristater.
Riksgruppen, 2 minuter, varsågod Odyssey.
Go. 1 minute, please.
President.
Mr. President, dear friends, I speak Russian.
Innrás Rússa í Úkraínu jafnframt árás á öll frjáls og opin samfélög og þau gildi sem við aðhyllumst á Norðurlöndum.
In the society that we have in the world, it's also an attack on us, and therefore we have the question: do we have the possibility of prevent all the things that we're seeing? When we ask this question, we tend to forget who is to blame. We should never have had this war. And as usual, we sympathize with those who are affected by this evil war, who are the victims of it, and we must find new methods, new ways to help everyone in Ukraine. We must open our arms and receive refugees, and we've been sending food and money to Ukraine, and we can do more. We must be open so that we can see the threats that are also seen elsewhere in Europe, and we must fight for peace, for democracy, and for human rights. The Nordic region consists of free democratic societies. We're known for that and will always be that. So we must stand together and have an important discussion of this. Thank you. I can't see any more speakers on the list of speakers, so I consider the thematical debate as concluded, and I'd like to thank all of you who have taken part in this debate, especially, of course, to the Ukrainian ambassador, our government representatives, for your contributions. I think that this discussion has been an important and strong evidence of the solidarity that we all feel across the borders in our region, and we will continue to support the democratic defense fight, and we can do and should do even more so to ensure that Ukraine will emerge from this crisis as a sovereign country with which we can continue and enhance our cooperation. So we will need further solidarity going forward from all of us. So I now conclude that we have dealt with this item on the agenda. Then I'll give the floor to the Vice President to chair agenda item 3 and 4. Please. Now it works. We sometimes have a little trouble with the technicalities. Thank you, Mr. President. Nordic colleagues, we'll now continue to the next item on the agenda, the question time with the Ministers for Cooperation. Under this item, we will discuss the Enestam report and the civil crisis preparedness and the Nordic Council strategy for social security to follow up on that. And here I'm pleased to welcome the Norwegian Minister for Cooperation, Anne Beate Tinderen. And I'd like to remind you that we have a special speakers rules for this debate. The government representatives will have 3 minutes for an introductory intervention and 2 minutes to reply. And the members and observers and the Nordic Youth Council have 1 minute to ask questions. And Jørgen Erik Eidestam has a right to give an intervention for up to 5 minutes. Please, Madam Minister.
Vice President. Thank you very much, Vice President, Nordic Council. Today's security and geopolitical challenges have made it clear that the Nordic cooperation within the field of societal security and preparedness is more topical than ever. And the commitment of the Nordic Council is important and valuable in this work. I'm very happy that we can follow up this topic here in this question time. It's especially when the crises knock on our door that we have to remember that we can do more together and in cooperation. This is the essence of the concept of Nordic benefit, and it's also what carries the Nordic cooperation. The Nordic Prime Ministers adopted in November last year, 2021, a joint declaration on enhanced cooperation within the fields of security of supply and crisis preparedness. The declaration is important for the work we're going to do and shows clearly that this question is highly prioritized by all the Nordic governments. The Ministers for Cooperation have commissioned several reports and studies on this topic these last few years, including the Enestam report. Nordic Council has contributed with a lot of good ideas and viewpoints under this work, and this goes for the Nordic Council strategy for societal security. It's important to underline that Nordic cooperation on crisis preparedness happens within different frameworks and structures, both within the Nordic Minister of Councils, but also within other frameworks. For instance, the Haga Cooperation on Civil Preparedness and the Svalbard Group within the Health Crisis Preparedness. The Nordic governments agree that the follow-up of different proposals to enhance this cooperation have to take place within the already established frameworks and structures, where the main responsibility lies with the competent ministries and authorities. The Ministers for Cooperation has a special responsibility to coordinate the Nordic cooperation. We therefore decided in February this year to establish a contact group which is led by the Norwegian presidency within the Nordic Council of Ministers, and they will follow up the work on the enhancements of Nordic crisis preparedness. In agreement with the competent ministers, we will take ongoing decisions on individual measures, including the recommendations in the Enestam report. Clearer mechanisms for communication between us when a crisis arises is amongst the proposals that we need to operationalize and discuss. Within the framework of the Council of Ministers, we have already initiated concrete measures. Many of these touch upon the recommendations in the Enestam report. A joint Nordic study to map innovation, development and production capacity for vaccine production has just been started and will be delivered before the summer. Our health ministers will discuss other relevant issues within their field of competence in the meetings in MRS later this week. The Freedom of Movement Council has initiated a study on the tax within the tax area that we will consider when it is presented. The study on security of supply that we have commissioned from the Finnish Institute of Foreign Policy will be presented before the summer. This is work in progress, and the presidency can naturally not anticipate any concrete answers or solution right now, but we will have a well-founded discussion. We will also make an account to the Nordic Prime Ministers and to the Nordic Council with an overall status for the work on the follow-up and also a follow-up to the Nordic Council session this autumn. I look forward to a lot of interesting contributions during this question time. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Minister. Before I now open up for questions to the Minister, I give the floor to Jan Erik Enestam, who will present how the Nordic countries should implement the recommendations in his report. You have the floor, Jan Erik Enestam. Ministers, dear Nordic friends, my mission was to give strategic recommendations in order to enhance the Nordic civil crisis preparedness. And the background was, as you well know, the COVID-19 pandemic. My strategic point of departure was that we have new civil crises within different fields, and that it's important that the Nordic country together enhance their preparedness. The proposals were presented during the session last year, so I will not go through them now. I mean that the recommendation are still topical and even more so than when they were presented. And it is important that we draw up a number of crisis scenarios and that you also have exercises on this so that you are prepared when a crisis hits. And based on that, you have to establish manuals for different crisis situations. And especially is this important for border regions. As you heard from the Minister for Cooperation, there has been an initial discussion on the report. And this autumn, they will report back on the implementation of these recommendations and other recommendations. I welcome this contact group who will lead this work. After the publication of this report, we see that the war in Ukraine has led to several important changes. Refugees, migrants, both from Ukraine and Russia, will arrive, and this represents completely new challenges for the supply of energy. The dependency on energy from Russia needs to be reduced. The need for raw materials from Russia, for instance, the wheat, the cereals, and everything, is something we need to take into account. Besides these recommendations, and if I had to redo this today, I would suggest, in addition to my recommendations in this report, I would suggest that the Nordic countries initiate a process to go through a critical review of the Helsingfors Agreement. What kind of challenges we will meet with this for the Nordic cooperation during the coming year. This was concluded in '62, this Helsinki Agreement. So we have tomorrow the 60th anniversary of this agreement. We have had 7 revisions since 1995. And I think that this is a good occasion to see if this is a relevant agreement and a sufficient agreement to realize the vision that the Nordic countries should be the most sustainable and inclusive region in the world. We could go through the suggestions in order to build down the obstacles at the borders. That's one problem. Article 62 is an obstacle for the countries who need to move on in these matters. This requirement means that the Nordic country who wants to do the less is the country that decides. And the coalition of the willing should be a possibility in order to move forward with this work. I've understood that the idea that the Ministers for Cooperation shall be given a stronger mandate, this has not been applauded. So perhaps one should modify this thought so that if the Nordic countries decide on a way of working, each country could have a ministerial commission that are responsible of this Nordic cooperation, and also give a mandate to the Prime Minister in order to coordinate this Nordic cooperation on the political level. It's not a question of delegating power from one sector to the other ministers, but I think that this is just a necessary coordinating function that needs to be established. And I think these measures are necessary in order to realize the vision of the prime ministers. And this proposal needs to be seen on the backdrop of the war in Ukraine, which has to which means that we have to enhance the security of supply. We have to have security of supply, and we see the country have different level of this in the Nordic region. So we need to be a bridge over troubled water in this area, but I'm convinced that if we manage to do this, I think that the Nordic region will be enhanced and stronger in the face of the next crisis.
Thank you, Mr. Enestam. Now, could I please ask the ministers to move to the podium, and we'll now start with questions from the spokesperson from the party groups. You can ask your questions from your seats in the room. And we'll start with Oddný Hannadóttir from the S Group, please. How can I switch on the interpreting? It's being asked. Dear President, dear friends, I will speak Icelandic.
Almenningur alla Evrópu hefur vaknað við þann vonda draum að
the general public in Europe has seen the challenge that democracy and human rights are not a given. In the power struggle, the parties use disinformation in order to make it more difficult for their opponents to defend themselves. Cyber attacks and fake news are flowing across the borders and are a threat against democracy. So it's very important that all nations stand together against this threat. A clear example of the consequences is not to do that is what is seen in Ukraine. Does the minister think that democracy must be considered the type of necessary infrastructure that must be safeguarded and in order to defend the society, so that you must defend democracy in an organized and harmonized way? Thank you for your question, and I'll give the floor to the minister. Madam President, thank you very much for an important introductory question in this debate. And with this question, you are lifting the entire debate up to a higher level, because we can discuss concrete problems with supply, security, but like you point out, democracy and the trust that we have benefited from in the Nordic societies between the citizens and authorities, that may be the most important infrastructure that we have in order to stand against both crises such as the pandemic that we have seen in the past 2 years, but also crises threatening us from the outside. So I think that is an important message and a Sorry, there's something with the microphone. And there's no sound for the interpreters. Now you can hear me. Okay, good. I thank you for this very important input to the overall story, because our Nordic framework is a good starting point for handling crises which threaten us both from the inside and from the outside. Thank you, Madam Minister. We'll continue with the spokesperson from the Center Group, Bertel Haarder. Please.
Ja, varsågod.
Please.
Tack.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you to the Norwegian Minister for Cooperation for the promise to follow up on the Enestam report with a report to the Nordic Council and the Nordic Council of Ministers on all the items and the recommendations that Mr. Enestam is making. We got the Stoltenberg report, which meant a lot to the Nordic defense collaboration. We got the Bjarnason report, which was about cyber security, which is more topical than ever before. So now we have the Enestam report, which is about learning from both our successes, but also from the failures that we have seen in connection with the management of the corona pandemic. And here, in particular, the management of cross-border obstacles is a huge problem. Some of us went to Tórshavn in December, where we heard the WHO's Europe director, Hans Kluge, saying that if we've got the same kind of infection level on both sides of a border, then cross-border obstacles are meaningless. So we've had a lot of cross-going infection, so we must prevent that in future. So I have to like to hear if we can be sure that the proposals raised by Mr. Jan-Erik Enestam to make things easier through bilateral agreements in the border areas by getting Council of Ministers for Transport and Infrastructure and all the other proposals, whether they will be taken seriously. I would like to get a promise on that as well. Thank you. Please, Madam Minister. Thank you very much, Bertel Haarder, for a very specific and challenging question. I share the representative's commitment to moving on and realizing and improving some of the weaknesses that we have seen in the group during the pandemic. But again, we must remember that the future crisis may not take the form of a pandemic. We're already faced with a crisis which leads to some challenges related to border crossing. So perhaps look more at what sort of crises we can have in relation to cross-border obstacles. And we must ensure that the national authorities are in close contact in the coming years, because even as we speak, we see things being discussed in the national forums. Mr. Haarder also touched some concrete recommendations from the Enestam report. I can, of course, not make promises on behalf of our responsible ministries that will be discussing these things, but we will inform you about that at the in the autumn. We have talked about a travel certificate. There are those who think that it will require a lot of assessment, because this will actually be a new sort of documentation which raises a number of principal questions. But there's no doubt that it would be a benefit given the challenges that we have seen in the border regions during the pandemic. In terms of transportation, nothing has been decided there. So we will have to discuss that before we conclude on Mr. Enestam's recommendation of making a special Council of Ministers for Infrastructure. Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to remind you that you only have 1 minute to ask your question, so that everyone get the chance to ask your question. Now, we'll now proceed with the Conservative group. Please, Wille Rydman. Thank you, Madam President and Honored Madam Minister. Jan Erik Indenstam's report about the Nordic civil preparedness hasn't been made obsolete by a Russian attack on Ukraine. Also, our strategy has not been obsolete. Both of them have actually become very topical because the general civil protection also gives us good tools to prevent and counter such methods as those used by Russia against countries which may be standing in their way to for Putin's final goal. So we must, of course, prepare ourselves to defend our countries in these dark times. The report points out many recommendations for a strategy that could reinforce the Nordic civil preparedness. So I'd like to ask the Minister, how do you see the opportunities and preconditions that we have for moving ahead with these recommendations in because today we do not have so much time to expect the realization of these preparedness in the Nordic countries, and how can we make sure that we have sufficient coordination between the Nordic countries?
Thank you very much for your very good question. The strategy in the Nordic Council for Societal Security has been addressed several times in our dialogue earlier. And as you know, this strategy touches little upon the competencies of the work of the Nordic Council of Ministers. But I would like to remind you that we have a very close cooperation within the crisis preparedness area, within other frameworks in the Nordics. And I'd like to mention some of these. When it goes to the strategy referred to by the representatives, the government sent very exhaustive replies to these questions in June 2020. And as for the other recommendations, we had a session in 2020 with a political dialogue. But there is a work ongoing within the Council of Ministers on this strategy and the recommendation for the health sector, for instance. I'd like to mention that there are many documents that are mentioned by the NSM report, and this is guiding our work. And I also mentioned, by way of introduction, other studies that will come on the table of the Council of Ministers within a few months, and that will give us basis for very quick action points in the year to come. And I'd like to say that in the situation that we find ourselves in with the war in Europe, we have a very, very good cooperation within the Nordic countries also in the defense area, even if this is not within the framework of the Nordic Council of Ministers. I'd like to mention Nordesco, but also Joint Expeditionary Force, Northern Group, and Nordic-Baltic Forum, where there is a dialogue on defense cooperation in the Nordic region. And this has been intensified, as you might understand, during this last year. Thank you, Madam Minister. We will now continue with Nordic Green Left. Next person is Lorena Delgado Varas from Sweden. Thank you. Yes, in Nordic Council we have several recommendations on our resilience in a war situation. And as the Minister said, by way of introduction, I think it's good that we now start to implement these. But we see different situation in the Nordic countries today. And when we look at the budgets, we see that the defense budgets are increasing, but I think we should also increase the resilience in the society and the civil protection. And we have another crisis, also the climate crisis, so I'd like to know how you prioritize between these. When I listened to your introduction, I felt that your description of the work between the Minister for Cooperation is not very clear. I think how would it be possible to enlarge this mandate so that you can act whenever there's a war going on? You have the floor, Madam Minister. Thank you, Vice President. I am quite convinced that in all the Nordic countries, like in Norway, we have an active discussion on how to reinforce the civil protection, also within the national frameworks. And these are discussions that you have every day in your parliaments. And we also have a lot of initiatives taken when it comes to the civil protection under the NMR framework. I'm talking about health preparedness, security of supply, increase of the vaccine production, both on the Nordic and European level. And you mentioned the climate crisis, and this is a crisis that is going on, even if it doesn't retain our attention right now, and our vision about a green reconversion or shift and make the Nordic region the greenest region in the world. That is something that we maintain, and we are working on this as good as we can, but in very demanding circumstances. You mentioned also the mandate for the Minister of Cooperation. I think that was your question. This also refers to one of the proposals from the Enestam report. I feel that the Ministers for Cooperation have a very good mandate today. We have very clear delimitation of the role between the competent sections and competent ministers in the different countries and the Ministers for Cooperation. So my personal impression is that we have a big and open mandate, that we can fulfill our role. Our role is to coordinate the numerous initiatives that have been lifted, and also to lift the Nordic perspective in the discussions in our respective governments. And I think this is something we need to pursue, but I think we have a very good mandate that we can work on. Thank you, Madam President. Madam Minister, sorry, says the moderator. Next intervention is Nordic Freedom, Stefan Eklöf from Sweden. Thank you, Madam Minister. And thank you, Madam Minister. I'd like to ask you a question. The Nordic countries want to have a clearer communication in crisis situation. The developments that leads to a war is based on a number of observations and factors that can be sure or not sure. And the conclusions lead to scenarios, but there can be uncertainties there. And that goes for all the types of crises. But how do you handle these insecurities in the Nordic countries? I'd like to say that different judgments can lead to different conclusions, so that some countries consider a number of incidents as a crisis, whereas other countries do not consider this to be a crisis. And how is it possible to make these assessments during a crisis? Because we see that different competent authorities can draw different conclusions based on different facts. So how will you go about to make this a joint effort? Thank you very much, and thank you to the representative Egler for his good question. How do you handle uncertainties in a crisis situation? There's no simple answer to this, but I can tell you that this was one of the big things for us during the pandemic crisis. The uncertainties were big, and the national governments, they handled these uncertainties differently. And this led to different policies. I don't think you have a simple answer to these questions. We are national authorities, and we have to make our assessments on a national basis. But during the pandemic crisis, we considered that there was a great need for better communications on these insertedness, and also very early communication in order to look at the consequences of the different action scenarios. And I think for the commuters, the cross-border commuters, we saw that the consequences during the pandemic were big and important. And I think this can be explained by the fact that different political measures were not well enough communicated across the border before they were implemented. And this is something we come back to in NMR, and we have also discuss this in our respective governments. So it's very important that the competent authorities have very early information about these developments. Thank you, Madam Minister. Next question, Helge André Njåstad, no party. Thank you, President, and thank you for your presentation and for this discussion on different aspects here. I was talking about food security, food supply. Now I'd like to talk about energy, which is a supplementary crisis in Europe. We have very high electricity prices in Europe today. So we need to find other nations that supply energy other than these very unstable nations. We need to produce more gas and oil in order to be a very stable supplier of energy. So my question is the following. Do you want to start looking for more oil and gas in the present day situation with the energy crisis? Thank you. I don't know if this question was directed at me as a Norwegian minister or as a representative for the Nordic Council, but I want to say that we want, from the Norwegian side, deliver as much gas as we can to Europe, and as you know, this export is really a record high today, so there is no more that we can do on that side, as far as I know. I'm sure that there is a very lively discussion on this between the energy ministers from the Nordic countries. But we have different point of departures when it comes to our energy market on the national level. But we have a Nordic exchange of energy, which has been very profitable for us these days. But we have to face challenging situations in the years to come, and I'm sure that this will be addressed on an ongoing basis between the energy ministers in the period to come.
I'd like to thank all the party groups, and then we have the Nordic Youth Council, and the questioner is, Vice President Annika Luotikainen. The Enestam report emphasizes the need for better funding in the different sectors, but it's often impossible to apply for funding to maintain existing inter-Nordic initiatives in these sectors. For instance, the project funding of a special program run by the... So, Minister, how do the ministers want to ensure the funding to maintain the existing inter-Nordic projects, which are considered very important? Please, Minister. Thank you, Vice President, and thank you for a very important question. And I'm sure that we all agree that culture, language, and youth cooperation, education, that is actually the core of what we do. This is what brought us together as a starting point, and which are the bread and butter for us in our cooperation. and the big majority of the funding of the Nordic Council of Ministers go to these two sectors. I get worried when I hear that the youth say that it's difficult to get project funding, and I can't answer precisely to what you refer to, but I'll take your question back with me so that we can have a dialogue to ensure that the administration of our projects is as smooth as at all possible. And we know all that during the pandemic, a lot of the project work has had some setbacks or had to postpone some other activities. That may be what you refer to. But of course, we wish to have a good dialogue with the youngsters, with the youth on this. Thank you. And now for the other list of speakers. So to make sure that everyone gets the chance, spend 1 minute. And if it's okay with you, ministers, we'll take all the questions in a row, and then you can answer. So we'll start with Camilla Gunnel from the S Group. Thank you, Madam President. In the Enestam report, recommendations, items 10 and 11, it's just about the Nordic Youth Council and the promise to have a stable and good funding to the culture and education sector. And we need to strengthen the common knowledge about us in the Nordic countries, about language, education, culture, research, and youth work. The framework budget for 2021 to 2024 implies major cutbacks within these areas. So how do the ministers for cooperation intend to bring to align these budgets with the ambitions that you have within the framework for the coming years? Thank you. And now Hafdís Hrönn Hafsteinsdóttir. Thank you. Right now, 90-95% of the refugees who are women. Women and children risk being exposed to human trafficking, and we must safeguard their human rights. In that connection, I'd like to ask the following question to you. How will the Nordic countries see to it and to act against human trafficking? How can you work against that? Another question, do the Nordic countries consider to cooperate against the risks of human trafficking? Thank you very much. Thank you. And we'll go on with Per-Arne Håkansson, please. Thank you, Madam President and the Minister. We have reason to lift the question about health and well-being, and which the Enestam also does. And in the good cooperation, it's a precondition for developing these questions. We are talking about a common project concerning vaccine capacity. They also talk about working in working to make joint legislations about medical equipment and material. And has been mentioned also vaccine production. How does the minister see our possibilities of proceeding with this in order to develop these questions and strengthen our cooperation in this area? Thank you. And now Linda Modig. Thank you, Vice President. It's right that there's an intensive work going on in the Nordic countries, strengthening the national crisis preparedness. But the question and the point of the Enestam report is that you need to find ways to handle the common Nordic crisis management, the Nordic crisis preparedness. Here we need to have a common work to. That is the core of the report, actually. So I'd like to ask the Council of Ministers, which recommendations in the Enestam report do you not consider to intend to proceed with. Which of the recommendations do you intend to simply just drop? Thank you. Rasmus Ling. There's no sound to the interpreters. I'm sorry. We need some technical assistance here, it seems. Now we've got power. Thank you very much, and sorry for the technical mess here. When there's a crisis, it becomes even more important to work together. And recently, we have unfortunately seen examples that it has gone the other way. The Swedish government has wanted to have ID control on the Danish side of the border, so there are some regional effects of that, and all the commuters suffer from that. And it's difficult to see the positive effects of those things. But I do hope that the Nordic governments, that you can agree to do things which are good for all of us, rather than set up limitations and at the borders. So I'd also like to congratulate what the Norwegian government has done with the other in relation to the other, because there's no reason to create an extra crisis in an existing crisis. Now we've got 3 questions left. First, Catherine Cleveland, please. Thank you, Madam Vice President and Nordic friends and good ministers for cooperation. Culture binds people together. Culture is public health, and culture contributes actively to the democracy. We felt that yesterday evening. The Enestam report recommends to secure funding for culture, research, and the leisure and youth sectors. So now it's proposed that culture and also the Nordic Orchestra, Nordic and Sigurlus, they should no longer receive funding. So my question to the Ministers for Cooperation, how she can and will strengthen the place of culture in the Nordic Council financially, and can she reassure that the Centre Group that she will lift the budget for culture, given the importance of culture? Thank you. And now Himanshu Gulati. Thank you very much. We have been talking a lot about war in Europe during this session, but we're also in a different war, which has become the new normal. The cyber attacks against all our countries and authorities and private companies. And we're not talking so much about that war, but it's a new normal that we must realize is there. So my question to the question is what we can do together in the Nordic region to combat the new threat from cyber war. Thank you very much. And the last one is Annette Lind from Denmark. Thank you, Madam Vice President, and thank you for the report to the Ministers for Cooperation. History changes all the time quickly. Since the Enestam report was written, the world has changed a lot. Gas, food, electricity, everything has become more expensive. So the starting point in the Enestam was different compared to this crisis. In Sweden, they made a brochure for Swedes about if a war should come, there are some measures. In Norway, it's called "You're part of the Norwegian preparedness." Would you recommend for all countries to make a brochure like that to all their citizens so that they know when the war comes how to deal with it and how to handle the situation? What do you want to do in terms of cash money? Because during the times of crisis, people tend to withdraw money because they don't trust electronic payments anymore. And my final question is whether the Council of Ministers would make an additional scheme added to the Enestam report now that the world has changed based on the things that have actually become topical within the past month. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the questions. Unfortunately, I have to say that we are short of time, so I'll give the floor now to the Minister, please, so we will not have any more questions right now. Thank you very much, says the Minister. I've heard many good questions here. I'll try to answer them as efficiently as possible. The last speaker made an important reminder that no two new crises are alike, so we must always prepare for what we're not prepared for. And that is very important to remember when we make all the good proposals and initiatives as to how we can prepare. We cannot just think on the past crisis. The Enestam report is one of several reports that were requested by the Council of Ministers and which have made or will make specific recommendations which will be discussed in the departmental ministries across the Nordic countries. So we do not plan to make any extensions to the report, but we have requested many other reports which should be used in conjunction with the Enestam report in the work until the autumn. Several of you took up the question of culture, which was also mentioned in the Enestam report, and I do not agree that we have made major cutbacks in culture, because culture is definitely the heaviest budget item in our cooperation. That said, I agree completely that culture and education must be given a very high priority in our cooperation. Here, Nordic Council of Ministers agree completely with you. We have adopted a Vision 2030 and an action plan to get there with 4-year handy action plans that I have to deal with. Here, the objective is to make us the most integrated and most green region in 2030. I believe that the ministers agree on that. Then we have to agree on the budget, how we should use the funds there. We're in good negotiations between the Council of Ministers and Nordic Council about their budget recommendations, how they can be handled by the Council of Ministers' budget. So we'll have a lot of chances to discuss those things. Refugee and human trafficking, thank you very much for raising those very important questions in this situation. It's urgent because this is happening as we speak. So here we must use the existing action plans. I know that we have them in Norway, and I'm sure that other countries have them as well. But the most important work is probably what is going on in the European level. And here, all the Nordic countries participate, at least Norway does through the Schengen Cooperation, also in PCR, where they have discussed the crisis response. They have a solidarity platform where they discuss the distribution of responsibilities for refugees. And we have a blueprint network where we analyze and share refugee and human trafficking information. And I know from the Norwegian authorities that there's a strong request to all good forces that wish to help with a private initiative. It's important that these initiatives take proper forms, because too many private initiatives around the borders to Ukraine may easily deter worsen the situation and makes additional problems for the people there. So it's important to keep that in mind, I think. Let's see. The healthcare cooperation, as I said, we're examining the potential for vaccine production. Both the health ministers and ministers for cooperation are discussing this, but we will return to that in June. But we have other initiatives on the table, including vaccine production, but also the various preparedness and other initiatives that we will return to. Linda Modig. We will not go on with that. The only we have said is that we do not want to form new parallel structure in addition to those we've had. That's the only thing that we've been clear about. And then there's one recommendation from Enestam affiliated with Nordic, which goes beyond the framework of the Nordic Council of Ministers, and which is handled by other organizations. But apart from that, all the other recommendations are being assessed by the departmental ministers.
Grensehindringer. Cross-border obstacles. I'm 100% agree with the representatives. We are continuing to discuss these travel certificates and others, but we have learned an important lesson during the pandemic, and we need to focus on early information on measures connected to the cross-border situation that is being discussed by the national governments. Cyber war, we have an excellent cooperation in the defense-related cooperation structures that I mentioned earlier. That is the most relevant factor, but we also have a very good digital cooperation on the Nordic level when it comes to these questions. I think I'll stop there. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Madam Ministers. Thank you to all the participants during this question time. And I hereby declare this session for over. And we'll go on to the next item, which is a discussion on the Nordic welfare model and its future. This is one of the focus areas for the Finnish presidency program for 2022. And we will start and kick off with Minister Anne-Beate Tvinnereim. She has the floor because Norway has the presidency of the Nordic Council of Presidents of Medicine, and maybe you could have a glass of water in between, but go ahead, Anne-Beate. Thank you very much. Dear Nordic friends, I hope you're not too tired of listening to me. I enjoy myself up here, at least. Thank you very much for having the possibility to introduce this very important discussion. Thank you. I'm very glad that the Nordic Council and the Finnish presidency having put this question on the agenda. This is something we're proud of. This is something we have in common, but we have a challenging situation. And I think it's only right to discuss what we can do in order to reinforce this model together. In these days, I need to make a few comments again to the crisis in Ukraine, because many Ukrainians are now fleeing in areas close to our region. We have to be there for them. We have to offer them protection. And as I said earlier today, our welfare societies in the Nordic countries, we have the best prerequisites to give safety and care for those who have been victim of war. Madam President, in the years ahead, our Nordic countries will face new and also well-known challenges. We know that in the decades to come, there will be less people gainfully employed behind each retiree. At the same time, we need to implement the green shift. This is a huge restructuration for our societies. Our capacity to fund the Nordic welfare model depends on how good we succeed in creating new jobs and include more people in the labor market. We need all those who can and want to work. They have to have the possibility to work. This means that we need to put in place active measures in order to help people to be gainfully employed. People with disabilities shall meet a labor market that is open and inclusive. Immigrants shall contribute with their resources, and women and men shall, of course, have the same opportunities in the labor market. And then it's also important that we have a well-adapted senior policies so that senior workers can take part in the labor market longer than today. The gendered labor market is a challenge for the Nordic countries. Another challenge is the young people who are excluded on a permanent basis from education and work. The result of a comparative study of Norwegian and Nordic research literature on young people, outsiderness, and inclusion will be presented during the Norwegian presidency. The Nordic countries have strong organizations in the labor market, and they can together address and solve societal challenges. In our countries, we have a close interaction between statutory regulation and contractual regulations between the parties in the labor market. This, together with good income guarantee schemes, have contributed to safe working conditions combined with a high capacity to adaptation. This is a force when we have to implement the green shift, where certain jobs will disappear and others will be created. It is therefore essential to ensure that the workers' rights are protected and defended in the future labor market, and that no one is left behind. In Norway and in the EU, work is being done in order to defend the workers' rights on digital platforms, which we know is a very demanding challenge. Through our presidency in 2022, we also want to discuss how we can avoid that companies organize their activities in a way that reduces the protection of workers. The Norwegian government is working on what we call a thorough house cleaning in the labor market in order to secure permanent full-time positions with salary and work conditions corresponding to the standards in collective agreements and labor market at large. In the big Nordic project that ended last year called Future Work, the researchers shows that we cannot take for granted that our Nordic work and welfare models will survive the future challenges. This, my friends, is something we need to take seriously. But the study also shows that the fundamental pillars in the Nordic model still are important, and that we can enhance them for the future if there is a political will to do so. The authors of the report also point to the fact that trust and equality are important prerequisites for and also the result of the Nordic model. And again, I would say that we can be proud of that. This is also in line with the analysis that the Nordic Council of Ministers made a few years ago called Trust the Nordic Gold. And Bertel Haarder and I have discussed this report before. I think that's a very nice title, Trust the Nordic Gold. It shows that the citizens in the Nordic countries have a high degree of trust in each other and in the institutions of the society. To close the circle of what I said to begin with, in connection to the war in Ukraine, in a global situation increasingly marked by distrust, the Norwegian society still have a very high degree of trust. We have to protect this trust. This is the mainstay in the Nordic cooperation and in the Nordic welfare model. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Minister. I now give the floor to Finland, the presidency of the Nordic Council, and Hanna Sarkkinen, Minister of Social Affairs and Health, have the floor for 5 minutes. Dear members of the Nordic Council, Madam Minister, even if our thoughts go to Ukraine, even today, we also are discussing the Nordic welfare model and its future. This model is very important social questions connected to health and social services, and also equality and labor market. The taxes that distributes the revenues between different groups has a central role here. The Nordic model is very solid today, but what is the future for this model? Are we prepared for the future challenges? When, for instance, this is going to celebrate its 140th anniversary. This is something that the Ministers for Health and Social Affairs cannot solve on their own. We need a very broad cooperation in order to solve this. If we compare ourselves internationally, the Nordic countries are top ranked when it comes to equality, happiness, poverty, trust, or corruption. But we cannot think that this will last forever. There are big changes in the world today. For instance, the climate changes. In Finland, we are looking for answers to different challenges by implementing reforms. We had a very big health reform where we wanted a more cohesive system. The health reform moves services from away from the communities, and this is promoting equality and a better policy for the population. We also have had an educational reform. We have a free school system until age 18. We also have a number of other reforms that promote more participation in the labor market. Despite the fact that we do all this, we still have a lot of big issues that have not been solved. How can we, for instance, take care of the diversity in our societies and make sure that the immigrants can take part in our societies? How can we reduce the poverty that is passed on from one generation to the next? And how can we address the climate changes? To find answers to this is essential for the Nordic welfare model and its future. We need to also ask ourselves how we can maintain this model where in a society where the welfare is not based on material consumption as before. We need to make sure that this goes on, and we have to be CO2 or carbon neutral. That is a prerequisite. Dear friends, we live in the beginning of the 2020s, but we've already been through a pandemic, we've been through a war, so we have to prepare also for future changes. And this we have to do by reinforcing the trust and the welfare, because that makes us less vulnerable when we face new challenges. I'd also like to mention this mental health and well-being. This is, of course, a personal question, but also a financial question. We have in Finland seen that the mental health is the single most important reason that people do not take part in the labor market. So this is something we're working on, and we're going to continue with this. We have also been talking about the welfare economy. This is a connection between the welfare and economy, and we try to see how they can reinforce each other. So this is also a question of sustainability, and we have raised this in the Council of Ministers when we had the presidency of the EU. The Nordic welfare model has a lot to bring to the EU. The social pillar that was agreed in Gothenburg 5 years ago is very important for the future if we want to have a Europe with equality. And we see that many crises also affect us, but we can also have an influence of the development, and we can lift this question also within the EU. So I'm very glad that we have that I have been invited to this discussion. I'm sure that we can find common solutions on these challenges that I've mentioned, and that we will progress also with this model in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Minister. And now we'll quickly go on so that we can end at 1:15. I hope that you will all be able to give your speeches, so please make sure that you're ready to speak when you have the floor. We'll start with the Social Democrats group. Thank you very much. I'm also very pleased that we in this theme session has this topic about the Nordic welfare model, which works well in good times, but also works well in times of crisis. So, dear Nordic friends, to be sure that care works well in your autumn of your life, that our children get a safe schooling, so that everybody get the care they need. Those are the basics of the Nordic welfare model, but also the responsible economy, a well-functioning labor market, and a security system and system of safety that works. We Social Democrats have always endeavored to have a society where everybody is allowed to participate and create a good life for themselves. But we need a strong welfare that gives all people equal preconditions, both socially, financially, and in human terms. But even if the basis of the Nordic welfare model is strong, we do have challenges which have been created by political decisions as well as by the need to develop based on the existing needs today. So we shouldn't make any short-term decisions. We should think in the long term in order, because, I mean, it's not a short race that we're dealing with. It's a marathon race that should make sure that everyone also in the future has the protection that they need. We don't have a short-term recipe for solving the problems. Privatization has cost money. It has lessened equality and increased inequalities. We demand and need strengthen the welfare model even more going forward. We need to work in the long term with it. So I'm glad that we have the framework that understands and reacts to develop the Nordic welfare models with strong care systems and the will to work for a stronger society. Thank you very much. Thank you, Eva Lind. We'll continue. Please stay within time. we would like to hear Hanna-Katrin Friðriksson from the Centre Group from Iceland. Madam President, the Nordic welfare system has long ago proved its value. However, we are facing significant challenges with it, and it's an ongoing task to consider how we can meet those challenges. A challenge we all know is that the demographic development in the Nordic countries in the years to come will lead to increased expenses for health care and welfare. So how can we prepare ourselves for that and at the same time safeguard the Nordic model's ability to secure the general well-being of the populations? Unfortunately, not only the demographic changes and trends create this pressure, the Putin government's objectionable war in Ukraine has displaced 1/4 of the Ukrainian people from their homes, 10 million people. My dear Nordic friends, other countries in the world often see the Nordic countries as role models of welfare. The Centre Group believes that the most urgent question right now is what we can do to strengthen the Nordic reputation in the world. All in all, the Nordic welfare system is about protecting equality, equal value of people, and human rights. Our common values must now be strengthened more than ever, and that's what we need to do in the nearest future. We must spend all our energy on that work. Thank you. Thank you. And now the Conservative Group, Tore Wilhelmsen from Norway, please. Dear Nordic friends, the Nordic welfare model must be developed, not preserved, in the same way that politicians before us have built a societal model in the Nordic region. It's based on solidarity. Then we must also build the model further on. It's easy to take our trust and forgiven. We will be challenged in our fight for equal rights, and still women are exposed to violence, and sometimes we need to. Our responsibility is to develop our common welfare model, and so we must dare to think along new lines. We must preserve what is good, but we must also change things in order to do them better. Take healthcare as an example. We are meeting severe challenges in the time to come. In those cases, we need to use all good forces in order to resolve the major societal challenges that we are facing. We must work together with the public services and to give paid healthcare services with innovation, diversity, and security for patients. We have seen how private players have contributed with their preparedness and assistance to help resolve important tasks. This is about ensuring equal treatment for all, no matter what economy you have. So a good public health care ensures that we will also be able to handle the challenges going forward. And the next, Veronica Honkasalo from Finland, please. Dear President, we have gone used to going from crisis to crisis. We have been affected by the pandemic for 2 years. We have a full-blown war in Europe. The biggest crisis is happening all the time, which is the climate crisis. The Nordic welfare state model, which is admired around the world, we feel that that's the best way to handle all sorts of crises. Research proves that the universal welfare has guaranteed that we had the structures to ensure that the pandemic would not affect the population so hard. Where the differences between poor and rich are the biggest have also been the places where they have suffered most under the pandemic. The crisis in Ukraine has shown that we need to work to build a fossil-free world. Every day, we in Europe, every initiative that fund Putin's cruel war, this cannot go on. We must build a fossil-free world, and it must happen within the Nordic welfare model, which addresses that it's the climate crisis is battling with the equality project, and we must be an active player that creates new jobs when people lose their jobs because of the green conversion. The welfare state must take care of both industrial workers and farmers. We cannot afford not to fight against the climate crisis. We have a momentum right now, but combating the climate crisis is not just an environmental problem, but also a geopolitical problem. Thank you. And the next, Nordic Freedom, and Angelica Bengtsson, please. Thank you, Madam Vice President. I hope that my voice will hold. The Nordic welfare model, we know a lot about that. It has its challenges, but we have seen that it works if we really work with it. Even before the pandemic, we could take parts of the report about social dumping within the labour market to the EU, how social dumping risked the entire idea of an organised labour market. In the Nordic region, we must be proud of our organised labour market. The Nordic welfare model cannot be taken for granted. The trust in our institutions and players in the democracy which handle their task has been reduced in our country. So we must restore trust. Trust in our authorities is something that we must continue to work for, because it must be improved as well. In Nordic Freedom, we wish to prioritize and strengthen the Nordic labor market in order to do away with social dumping. Even when we've come through the pandemic, we are still in a crisis. We cannot allow the situation to deteriorate. We must strengthen the Nordic labor market. We must safeguard the Nordic gold. Thank you very much. And now, the Nordic Youth Council, Rasmus Emborg. It's very fine to applaud, but perhaps we should wait to applaud until the end so that we do not take too much time. Please. Dear Nordic friends, recently The Economist hailed the Nordic countries as the ones who had come in through the corona crisis in the best way. In all our countries, we have fundamental trust in each other and in the authorities. It's something unique and precious, and it's a fundamental precondition ensuring that we also have a strong welfare society in the future. So it's a huge problem that 40% of youngsters do not believe that the older generation can or will resolve the climate crisis. We represent the future, but we are tired of being placed at the children's table while at the decision-making table they are speaking without acting. We are tired of being the generation that will have to live with the consequences of the climate changes without being given the responsibility to resolve them. And we're also tired of not being able to see, hear, or understand the decisions being made over our heads. In the Nordic Council, you're good at involving youth, but you can get even better at that. In the Nordic Youth Council, we have therefore made a proposal to establish national youth climate councils, that is, climate councils for youngsters and not least by youngsters. Since 2019, we've had a youth climate council in Denmark, and today we're already seeing that their solutions have become realities several places in the country. Youth climate councils give real influence to all young people, and it'll give you trust in that something is being done. We hope that you will take this proposal with you home, because climate will influence our entire life. The decisions made today will be remembered in history across the differences in the Nordic Youth Council. It's our generation who was the driving force that awoke the population from their climate slumber. So now we want you to listen to our proposals for solution. Thank you very much. Well, sorry, we can't help applauding. I understand, but you can't help applauding. But we do have very little time, so please wait with your applause until the end.
President of West Nordic Council, Pippa Lucklinger Rasmussen, you have the floor. Thank you from the youngsters in the Nordic countries. The West Nordic Council we look forward to, not look forward to, but we have a lot of challenges when it comes to the climate crisis, especially in Greenland. So I'd like to thank you very much for this intervention. So there is a lot of challenges. We have islands that will notice big changes when the ice is melting and the climate is getting warmer. West Nordic Council focuses on the climate and the youth's future with a possibility for remote education, because the big distances can be a challenge for the West Nordic countries. The corona pandemic has shown us how we can use the remote education, and this is inspiring. We have several scenarios, and we can prepare for changes. We have very long and numerous islands, so we need a coordinated and organized structures at home, and especially for the future of the young people. There are different challenges on the different islands when we talk about the climate crisis. The sea level will rise, biodiversity is going to be jeopardized, and our way of living will also be challenged. We have to adjust. We need all kind of cooperation in the difficult times ahead. The equal access to social and health services and common access to welfare for our Nordic citizen is essential for the future. Food production and food security will be a new challenge in addition to all the crises. We are observing how this will affect us in our West Nordic countries, and we also want to see that this is not going to affect us too much in our societies. Thank you very much. The President of the Baltic Assembly, Yanis Vucak.
Honorable Chairperson, dear Nordic friends, I will speak on behalf of Baltic Assembly, and I need to say that our Interparliamentary Cooperation Organization is very flexible and ready to amend the agenda to fit the current needs in our region. I will use this opportunity to tell you a little bit more about the welfare system of the Baltic states adapting to the crisis in Ukraine and the refugees arriving from the country. Every day, thousands of Ukrainian refugees are arriving in the Baltic states. In total, the last data are showing that more than 60,000 are already arrived. On the 4th of March, the meeting of the Welfare Committee of the Baltic Assembly took place in Vilnius, capital of Lithuania. Considering the situation in Ukraine, the main topic was cooperation of Baltic states in addressing the humanitarian crisis in Europe and providing help to refugees. What are our main conclusions? We see that there are several actions that we can take. We understood that there is a need to put in place a coordinated, well-functioning and flexible system for monitoring the needs and activities of Ukrainian refugees in the Baltic states and in Poland as well. If such initiative could be expanded to whole democratic Europe, it would bring many benefits to all involved. We have informed about our proposals not only the Baltic governments, but also the European international organizations, including the Nordic Council, of course, and their leaders as well. During the discussions, we also saw that there is a need to harmonize the solutions regarding social benefits for Ukrainian refugees and Ukrainians living in the Baltic states. Currently, solutions are different in each of the countries, but there is a need to change that for the benefit of refugees in our countries as well. Today, while discussing the Nordic welfare model, I invite you to consider also the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine that will affect the welfare of the whole Europe. Dear friends, in conclusion, I want to mention that we also need to make sure that our societies are resilient and sustainable. In the conference of the Baltic Assembly and Baltic Council of Ministers, which will take place in May in Riga, one of our sessions will be dedicated to the role of education in fostering social resilience in the Baltic states. We admire that unity of the Ukrainian people and want to promote such cohesion also with also in our society. You are most welcome to join us in our discussions in our conference. Thank you for attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And then we continue with Mikko Kinnunen, Riikka Purra, Gudmund Inge Kristiansson, Christian Juhl, Lorena Delgado Vargas. Och vi kör igång raskt. Varsågod, Mikko.
Tack så mycket. Jag ska tala på finska.
Thank you. I will speak in Finnish. Dear Madam President, all the Nordic countries are amongst the 10 most happy countries in the world. And this has been obtained through our collective work. Many things are self-evident in our Nordic countries. We have a pure nature, we have clean air, clean water, we have good teachers, we have a well-functioning school system, we have a great level of equality in our societies. But this is not necessarily the case elsewhere in the world. And there is a huge need to help others when it comes to increasing the happiness in these countries. People are in the shadows of the war, the pandemic. We go from crisis to crisis, and we need to offer some things here. The war is almost the end of the civilization. Nothing good is obtained by the way of violence. And all the victims of the war, there is also the question of the future. Now we need to be resilient, determined. We cannot give up. We have to think about security, especially when the long shadows of the war is challenging our way of living. Our country is amongst the safest in the world, but we are under strong attack when it comes to the faith in the future. So in the future, we need to work very hard in order to strengthen the resilience of our populations. Thank you. Madam President, I will also speak in Finnish. The Nordic welfare model is traditionally based on high employment rates, good motivation for work, a homogeneous and equal society, and strong unity, and also equality between the genders, a transparent system. All these factors have contributed to develop our Nordic countries. And if this has to work, we all have to engage ourselves and pay taxes. We have done that, and we've had a payback for the taxes paid. So it's important to have this balance. But that is not always the case anymore. For instance, in Finland, we see that the welfare system is not as solid as this was. Sometimes you need to fight to have the services you need, also for the elderly population. At the same time, we see that the taxes are not going down, on the contrary. So there is a lot of challenges here, of course. One of this is the mass migration from the global south. In Finland, we do not have working immigrants, but we receive other immigrants that have a very low employment, and they are very dependent on different social services. And we see high costs as a result of this. I'm not talking about Ukrainian refugees, but other immigrants. The Nordic welfare system is based on openness and transparency, but this has not worked recently. We have to do something. We have to do really radical changes in order to have a viable system. Thank you very much. And now we have Gudmundur Inge Kristiansen. Yes, I will speak in Icelandic. President, Nordic friends. The Nordic welfare system is a question of how we will cope in the future, how we will address the future. Behind all the statistics, there are human beings. And we also have marginalized individuals, people who have drug problems, alcohol problems. We also have people with disabilities. And sometimes you forget these groups. And why is that so? Well, sometimes people have to wait a whole year for help. I managed after a year to find a way through, but that's not the case for everyone else. But now I'm here in front of you. But there was a risk that I was going to end up in a nursing home. I was lucky, but that's not the case for everyone. And that's why I want to insist on the fact that we need to work harder on this problem. Many people ignore this, and they don't pay sufficient attention to this problem. Christian Juhl.
Thank you. And now Christian Juhl, please. I'll speak Danish. It's major common questions that we're discussing, not about our welfare state, but rather about our welfare societies, because that is special about our Nordic societies, that not only the state is running things, we have an interaction between the legislators and the rest of the society, especially within the labor market. Think about an Italian company which is too close to mafia in Italy and cannot bid for jobs. What do then? They go to the Nordic region where they bid for major infrastructure jobs like bridges and trains and earn millions of kroner in a criminal way. We have crime in our building sites. We've found that both in Norway, Sweden and Denmark. And we have to do something about that because the market cannot handle that sort of thing. The market isn't designed for that. They simply give a free hand to the criminals. So we have to say that we must have stronger regulation across the borders. We must stop corruption, dumping, and the bad working conditions found in many workplaces, especially foreign ones. And we must do that for the benefit of the workers, but also for the benefit of the companies that actually follow and adhere to the rules and norms in our societies, and in doing so are less competitive because other people can underhand them. So a strong and independent labor movement is strong and good, but not enough to handle these problems on its own. So we need to have an interaction between that and our governments, and the efforts must be cross-border. So do the ministers agree that we have to launch some initiatives against the increased criminalization of the building industry within critical societal areas? Thank you. And then Lorena Delgado Varas, please. Earlier today, or in the recent times, we've talked a lot about the reception of refugees. We've spoken very positively and solidarically about it. So I'll just remind you that we are talking about human rights. It's an international right that we've all support the refugee status, but I read a Finnish article about the asylum seekers where they described something called the asylum market. It's all the companies that make money on refugees, refugee reception areas that are not very qualitatively good and do not receive the refugees in a proper manner. For instance, we have seen that this sort of system undermines our Nordic welfare and the social structure. So how can we counter that, and are we willing to do that? We have a responsibility for visualizing and changing those things of our society that does not benefit the social and green development and give people a dignified life. We see the same in elder care and health care and in school. Here it's important, an important strength in the Nordic countries. Let's challenge the negative development. Let everybody have access to the very good qualities of the Nordic societies. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. This was the end of the discussion debate, and just a few words. We now break for lunch until 1 o'clock, and before we break, let's all gather at the spiral staircase next to the lift for a family portrait. And we have a side event on the border regions in the room flexible from 13 to 14. And now let's give the speakers a big applause. And with this, we have concluded the debate.
vet du vad, jag har en sån utmaning att jag kan inte riktigt skriva här.
Jo, jag vet. Du har kommit på det också.
Okej, jättefint. Ja.
Men jag behöver ett snabbt beslut av dig. Namnet på videon. Här finns 3 alternativ. Suomi Pohjoismaiden neuvoston puheenjohtajana 2022, kansanedustajana. Jag tycker själv suomalaiset pohjoismaiset parlamentaarisen yhteisön.
Absolut, vi tar den. Det är bra.
Okej, och jag tycker nästan att man skulle kunna ta bort parlamentaarisen eftersom det sen framgår i texten.
Det spelar ingen roll. Allt är riktigt bra. Nondera. Bra, mycket bra. Var det här dina papper eller? Nej.
Nej.
Det var ett extra.
Nordic colleagues, welcome back from lunch. And I would like to thank the Swedish delegation for an excellent lunch and an interesting debate regarding the consequences of debate. Before we also address item 5, I would also ask you to approve for approval of recommendations, internal resolutions and political dialogues considered and adopt as you see in document 3/2022. Can you approve item 1.4 of the agenda? The answer is yes, and item 1.4 is hereby approved. All right, I would now like to ask you to look up at the screen and also to take a look at the 70-year anniversary film of the Nordic Council. Please go ahead.
Övertygade idag om att alla som lever i Norden gynnas av att länderna samarbetar tätt och att vi har en gemensam arbetsmarknad. Grunden för det är den nordiska passunionen som redan 1954 gav oss möjligheten att resa fritt mellan de nordiska länderna. Nordiska rådet är idag den kanske starkaste förkämpen för att den fria rörligheten ska fungera i andra kriser. En gemensam nordisk arbetsmarknad.
A common Nordic labour market means that we as Nordic citizens simply and freely can take a job or live anywhere in the Nordics. And sometimes some of the countries have had unemployment, and then you can look for a job in another country. That is good for both our countries and citizens. If you are ill or affected in some way, then the Nordic Convention on Social Security gives you the right to health services regardless of which country you live in. With educational program Nord Plus, more students who want to study in another Nordic country have the opportunity to do so. It is a gift for life to get a look into another Nordic culture and language. The Nordic cultural community is strong, and the Nordic Council has since the beginning worked to support Nordic artists. Each year we celebrate the best and give out the Nordic prizes and give new artists opportunities with support through the Nordic Cultural Fund. In the Nordics, the gaps between the people should be small and equality large. And also the common Nordic, the food advice has been very important to the Nordics. It has been developed by researchers and experts from our entire region and is used in all public kitchens. We want to be in the front lines to manage crises for the climate and also biological diversity. It has to be easy for our citizens to take sustainable and environmentally friendly choices in everyday life. We're proud over our Swan mark, which is one of the world's most credible environmental marks. And also at Nordgen, we worked in order to ensure biological diversity in the world, which should benefit for us today and also for those who will come afterwards. And the Nordic youth networks would also put press on the United Nations and the governments of the North in order to ensure biodiversity. And at Svalbard, we also maintain seeds from the entire world's seed banks, and the experts have called it the most important room on Earth. It should be also safe and secure to live in the Nordics. If the Nordic councils has the last years become more active in foreign and security policy. Our core message is to never stop to stand up for democratic values. The Nordic Council, together for the Nordics since 1952.
Tack, det var en...
Thank you for this world premiere and one very informative film. We'll now move to the item number 5, crisis preparedness in the Nordics, and we are here to deal with the considerations from the Presidium on Nordic civilian crisis preparedness. You can ask for the floor for reply if you press the right-hand button on your microphone after you have used your card to log in, and that is following the spokesperson for the Presidium. And if there is any technical problems, then, well, of course, we have people to help us. All right, I will give the floor to the spokesperson for the Presidium, President Erkki Tuomioja. You have 3 minutes. Please. You have the floor.
Bertel Haarder. Ja, ursäkta.
Bertel Haarder, I apologize. You have 3 minutes. Thank you, Madam President. The Presidium has strongly inspired from Mr. Ehrenstam's report, then drafted a proposal consisting of 11 recommendations. Mr. Ehrenstam has 12 recommendations. We have 11. There's a 12th that we didn't include, and that was that the 4 countries should lead the way. If, for example, you wanted to cooperate on transport, then the 4 countries should proceed as the coalition between the willing. That is in Ehrenstam's report, and some of us found that this was an excellent proposal. Ehrenstam report also came after the Stoltenberg report. We have discussed the basis for it and at a side event that ended 5 minutes ago. I thought the video is excellent. It also shows what is at stake, because I can remember that we were discussing free migrant removal to the Nordics, and during the pandemic and also during the refugee crisis. Then we have seen that this approach has been given up, and that there are also border control introduced. And here we see that Swedish neighbors can resolve the shortage of labor supply in Denmark. And there's about 30% unemployment here in Denmark, only 3%. So there would be a great advantage both for the southern part of Sweden, Skåne, and Denmark, if you could have people commute back and forth for work. And Ehrenstam has written about this in his report, and I will not reiterate it all. But, for example, the point about strengthening the ministers for cooperation, and he also said that we could support them by also making them heads of a committee of ministers, that we could have a joint Nordic travel certificate, for example, common Nordic rules about testing, for example, and that we could also have joint stocks for preparedness and also preparedness, and that we also harmonize legislation and strengthen Nordic cooperations in all areas. Also, to raise and create a new Nordic awareness. This is of decisive importance. We need to rectify what went wrong during the pandemic. A lot of things went very well, and we fared well during the pandemic, but there were also some measures taken that were unnecessary. And what was unnecessary was, of course, also what impacted the border areas. And therefore, I believe that Mr. Enestam's report is valuable and that we should follow up. A lot of speaking time is now up. All right. Thank you.
Tack, Bertel Haarder.
Thank you, Bertel Haarder. And now on to the speaking list, and we have 3 names on the list, and I'm going to, it is Linda Modig, Lorena Andrés Vargas, and Aron Ellison. Linda, you have the floor. Thank you, Madam President, my dear Nordic friends. Yes, this proposal is about how we're going to strengthen and develop Nordic preparedness in crises. And the learnings and the experiences that we have gained during the pandemic, they must not be for nothing. And they has created a lot of stresses, especially in the border regions. They have suffered, and that's why it's our obligation and our calling as parliamentarians to try to maintain our commitments, try to find solutions during the pandemic. Then our collaboration has not done well. We have separated families, and families haven't been able to take their last farewell of their loved ones during the pandemic. We have to re-find the core in the free movement of peoples, and also passport freedoms and all of those really big cornerstones that people have invested in our societies. Our cooperation must not waver. It has to be something which is worth its name. It's not just, it was something which can also stand when it's stormy, and that's where we have to come. And we can hear how the Council Minister says that the Enestam report is one among many other documents, that we're not going to have parallel structures, because, you know, you get some of these flashbacks from 2019. We've heard this before. So I know one thing for sure, that if we're going to continue to fight for them, whose mandate we have, our citizens, then we're the ones who have to be committed. And that's why that we should continue to fight for this proposal, because they are wanted, and we need collaboration for the future, which is worth its name. That's what we have to come. And come on, we have to go on this. We haven't lost it. We're going to work together, and across all party borders and other borders. Thank you very much.
Tack, good night.
Thank you. And Lorena Delgado, you have the Delgado Varas, you have the floor. The Nordic countries' strength is the collective power we have in many issues. We had a picture which was perhaps naive when that we were prepared to meet these crises together. And the corona pandemic showed us that this was not the case. Enestam's report pointed to many items that we could strengthen and we could develop further. There are going to be more crises, and the global instability shows this. We have the security situation where the superpowers challenge democracies. We have economic systems that are open to, which has weaknesses. And also when it comes to building up our democracies, we have also a climate crisis that we can't just ignore, regardless of what happens elsewhere. So as the Nordic Green Left Group, we have put forward our own proposal, which has become a recommendation, and that is a report on on building a common preparedness stock, and we have to do work in trying to increase the national contingency stocks also and our strategies therein. And to try to do this enables us to also have also common procurements, for example, to sink costs and to work together. And it would also give the Nordic countries also the resiliency that we need in crises. The pandemic showed how important it is that's the cooperation ministers also have a mandate when they in crises. There are many situations that could have been avoided, especially in border regions. Some of the work to strengthen us is to have proper structures for society's most important functions. And finally, culture and young people. Culture is the oxygen of society. The culture gives us the feeling of commonality, which inspires us. And the young people, that should be quite obvious. They are the future. They are the bearers and developers, and they challenge us and they inspire us. And unfortunately, it is also young people and culture which are often not prioritized in crisis, when it should be quite the opposite, that we need. And it was young people who saw their studies change and had to change everything about their everyday lives. And young people, too, we turn to when it comes to crisis, and we demand their loyalty in order to handle crisis and defense. And we have to recognize and also culture's value in and worth in our society, and we can do both together. Thank you. Thank you. And the last speaker, Aron Emilsson. You have the floor.
President,
Nordic friends, Nordic civil crisis preparedness is not just a title, it's also a very real necessity. And after the Enestam report, of course, which was said at the time, and the recommendations in that are put in a different light after the war, and the energy dependency on Russian has to be changed in the long term, and vulnerability also in food supplies also has to be made an inventory of and change, and also when agricultural products from Ukraine cannot reach the rest of the world, and so forth. To coordinate preparedness in crisis at the highest level is going to be vital in the future. The pandemic taught us that it has to be done from day one, from the highest possible level. That is to say, both from the prime ministers and also in collaboration with the cooperation ministers, and to look at also border hindrances proactively, because this did not work in the pandemic, and that, as we noted. And the recommendation is that we should look at these measures as a collective implementation of strategy for social security, which was started in Stockholm 2019. And I underscore, and we also underscore the 12 items that were on the list and we think that we're going to need this in the future, and we also together put our own governments to answer for these and make sure that these are implemented. Thank you.
Thank you for your interventions, and I hereby declare this item closed, and we have now dealt with this item on the agenda. We'll move forward in our vote, and I will read the voting instructions. You will log in on your microphone by placing your card to the left, and when we put it to the vote, you will have the alternatives yes, no, and abstain automatically on the screen. And if you don't see the alternative votes, then you just use your card again to log in, and then you cast your vote by clicking on the screen when you see the alternatives come on. And you can also change your vote until the time before we close the vote. The results will then be shown on an electronic display and also on the big screen. All right, now we'll start the vote. We'll open the vote.
Alla klara med?
Has everyone cast their votes?
Det verkar som det.
That seems to be the case, so we hereby close the vote. Everyone agreed on this proposal, 64 votes in favor. And this resolution has hereby been passed.
Ja, och så fortsätter vi.
We'll now continue with item 6 of the agenda, knowledge and culture in the Nordic region. And when moving to deal with this item, then we will start by discussing the proposal, and afterwards we'll put it to the vote. And all right, 6.1 is where we'll start on Nordic educational and culture canon, and we give the floor to the spokesperson of the committee. You have 3 minutes.
Tack, fru president, bästa ledamöter.
Thank you, President. This proposal on the Nordic cultural canon comes from Nordic Freedom, and it's been discussed in the Committee for Education and Culture several times. And the proposal is inspired by the Danish cultural canon, which is established in 2006 by the then Danish cultural minister. The purpose was to establish a culture canon, was to also promote a living debate on artistic and also literature and debate. A book which was presented the several works, was printed and given out to Danish schools, and also a homepage was established. The committee has sent the proposal for consultation to the Danish cultural minister for answers for questions if still updating is being carried out on the works that are chosen, and also for the costs from the establishment and maintenance of the cultural canon, and if an active promotion work up to schools is still being carried out. From the answer, it seems that this has not been done, and that the working groups that made the choices no longer are active. The project costed around 14 million Danish kroner to establish a canon and print out a book, which was then distributed. And the proposal has always been with consultation to the Nordic artistic organizations. Unfortunately, only one answer came from the Swedish umbrella organization, the Artistic and Literature Professionals Cooperative Board. And they were actually against this kind of canon for different reasons, among others that this cultural cooperative is better promoted by working on existing networks, projects and operations where both modern-day artists and culture also are taken into account and promoted. And on the basis of this information, the majority in the committee proposes that the Nordic Council that this would be the matter considered closed, and we would not go further with the proposal. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. And then we will go forward on the list, and I give it to Aron Emilsson.
President,
dear Nordic friends, let me first say that I would also like to support this also, and also the reservation in the proposal. In war, culture is the glue that keeps all of people together and has something to defend, a cultural heritage formed by generations that have gone before, a piece of music that gives hope, or a book, or a piece of art that gives us the opportunity to confront our nightmares or gives us hope, and that we can gather around our culture and our collective memory is not formed over one day or a short time. Our proposal about a canon is about to work further on the idea behind the Nordic literature canon, the idea which is similar to the Danish one, and to increase knowledge about our common Nordic cultural heritage without a understanding for Nordic music, film, and plays, architecture, or should not be just dependent on only parents who are interested. It has to also be in schools and available to everyone. The committee, we think that we should, with representation, should be such it has, which would work in a broad way for Nordic culture, and then also sometimes be prepared to give advice and to look at the contents of this type of canon, culture canon. And just like an orientator in the forest, we need a chart or a map to go forward for coming generations, and that Nordic also society can have also a map of Nordic cultural arts. And I think that the committee would have had and also very clearer also map for this for their decision making. They probably got a very clear picture of this, and it's unfortunate if there isn't much understanding for this. But from the Nordic Freedom Society, we do approve of this and we support it. Thank you very much.
Tack. Också ser jag.
Thank you. I now see that Christian Juhl has asked for a reply. Yes, thank you. I would also like to ask the spokesperson about that. If we're going to write everything about Nordic culture into this canon, to me, this is a huge and diverse collection of works. In Denmark, we have, just a songbook from the folk high schools, and this is something that we also see as a common foundation. But of course, there are 200 or 300 songbooks in addition to it, so it depends on where you live in Denmark and where you arrive. For example, it would take a library to hold a collection of Nordic culture. So I'm not quite sure how you can think that you should, for example, just say that, all right, we should just have one song with one tune, one text, etc. But it is precisely because this is a live piece of work that can challenge us going forward. Thank you. Next, Aron Emilsson.
Thank you for the question. The answer is very simple. No one has proposed that this is going to be just on one page, one book, or one format. That's why we've chosen to keep it very broad and open, and we've also chosen that all of the Nordics should be involved in this. It shouldn't just be about that one or other political actor in this room would just point and say this is what's going to be in this canon, or this should not be included. It's not about that. We should involve and make these ambitions real, that the Nordics should be part of the everyday for all the Nordic citizens' lives and their ability to have an influence on us politicians. It should be the professions, the schools, the citizens, the political representatives. It should be a broad map of actors who can say what should be included, what should not be included, and the opposite to doing everything should not be to doing nothing at all.
Tack. Och sen har...
Thank you. Christian Juhl has also asked for a new reply, and Aron Emilsson can then reply, and then we continue to go down the list of speakers. I would like to ask the question of how much do you intend to include? During my lifetime, I've been inspired by my parents' culture, my grandparents' culture, but also if I go to Germany or France or Norway or the USA, I've also been asked about our culture. Of course, People have come from other countries, from Asia, from Africa, to our country, and they've also given inspiration, and also, therefore, culture has evolved. And I mean, it's not possible. You can ask professors if you then try to have just one uniform approach, because that would be opposite to what culture is.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Christian Juhl again. But the proposal built on the fact that it should be a living dialogue document, that you, from the left to the right, from the different Nordic countries, from regions, cities, villages, that you try to see what should be included in this canon and always have room for development. But why not allow more in the Nordics? Participate in a number of Nordic cultural treasures, and not just you have to have motivated parents or other actors who can introduce, for example, these Nordic artists or art or films to their children or people. Let us do something. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll continue along our list of speakers. Katarina Kleveland, you're next. Thank you, Mr. President. Good Nordic friends. In the Centre Group, we believe that this proposal is nice and well intended. We would, with the Nordic culture and education canon, been able to get some insight into our neighboring countries' culture, literature, architecture, visual arts, music, stage art and film. Having said this, we still see a number of issues. We also read from the consideration that the Danish Minister of Culture in Denmark has informed us that the total cost of the Danish cultural canon was almost 14 million kroner over a 4-year period. This is a rather high amount. Considering the cutbacks in the area of culture, we believe that this is a lot of money to spend on one project. There's still some uncertainty about what the consequences of the cutbacks will be, and we therefore believe it's not realistic to allocate an amount of this magnitude to a Nordic culture and education canon. It's also evident from the answers from Denmark that some of the work of the cultural canon has come to a halt. Some of the committees are no longer active, and there's no longer a continuous updating of works. And the Centre Group will, on this background, not support this proposal. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, Helge Orten. Thank you, Madam President. I will try to be brief, and we heard what the chair of the committee said. He summarized our views also very aptly. I'm thinking that let us commend the initiative, because I believe that the intention behind the proposal is very good, because there is a wish to try to highlight and communicate and disseminate Nordic culture in a very good way. And therefore, there is every reason to support the initiative, but the solution is not something that we can back. First of all, when we challenge the cultural industry on this, we didn't really receive much response. And the response we did get had the same issues as we also heard Christian Juhl state in his intervention. The second element is that we also ask for some feedback from Denmark, and there was no clear indication about what the effects of such a cultural canon be. Well, I mean, canon could also be something else in my language. But in total, the feedback that we received was that it has a rather high cost, but that it wouldn't necessarily give the effects that one hoped to achieve. And therefore, the Conservative group's conclusion and initiative that we should not move forward with this proposal. Thank you. And next speaker is Rasmus Nordqvist. Thank you. The arts and culture are live works, but something that brings us together, but can also challenge us as individuals, as a society. But it is not, culture is not something that we could just put on a list where there was just one answer. This was not a good idea in Denmark. And we also heard the response from the Minister of Culture. So this was not a good idea. This will not give us more culture, more understanding, and more feeling of community and commonality in the Nordics country. Good live cultural programs, that's what we need to understand culture and disseminate it. We do that when we award the cultural awards, and also, for example, when we awarded the literature prize to a Greenlandish author, and suddenly she came on a list of best literature. This is something that we should do, and therefore we do not support the proposal.
Tack för alla inlägg.
Thank you for all interventions. And can I now end this debate? Yes, I can. At least we now close the debate. And we will move to the next item, which is 6.2, and this is based on the student exchange program with Belarus. And I now give the floor to Erkki Tuomioja. You have 3 minutes to present it.
Yes, Madam President, I want to thank the committee for supporting the proposal, but now that it has been dealt with from many sides, questions have come as to how suitable it is in today's situation, and therefore I want to briefly say that in this situation it is better to then not to deal with this, and we will then return to this at a later date. I think that some of the fears have been risen due to misunderstanding. This is not about collaboration with the Russian government. It is to support the opposition in Belarus, and also to give certain students study possibilities. But all of this we can handle then when we return to this point at a later date. Thank you. Thank you, Erkki Tuomioja. Anyone else who is in opposition of this, that it was going to be sent back to the Presidium? I guess not. So then that is approved. And now we go on to voting. And we now have on each part of the agenda we have the vote.
Okej. Då börjar vi med till punkt 6.1.
On item 6.1 on the adoption of the Nordic culture and education, the canon. And I'd like to then also make you aware that there is a counter proposal and also to this. And I can see that voting has commenced. So those who want to support it, vote for, and those who are for the counter proposal, vote against. And this seems to have been clear. Everyone has cast their vote. Yes. Voting is closed. And it is then completed, and it is 58 yay votes and 10 no votes, and then 1 abstention, and 12 who did not vote, and 69 votes cast in toto. So I find that the proposal has been approved. And with these words, then the item 6 on the agenda has been completed. And now we move on to item 7 on the agenda, and which we're going to deal with a sustainable Nordic region, and we're going to talk about also proposals on the Nordic deadline for the Nordic deadline for the use of fossil fuels, and we have a reservation from the Centre Group and also some, and we give the floor first to Lene Westgard Halle. You have 3 minutes.
Dear Nordic friends, I'm proud of being a Nordic citizen. I'm proud of representing several countries that deal with the climate issues seriously, but we're still some way to go. And therefore, the Committee for a Sustainable Nordic Region also supports a climate-neutral region, and we need to reductions to reduce our footprint. We must invest in innovation and new technology, and we have started in the Nordic countries. But so far, we move in different directions. My loving home country, Denmark, is also leading the way in wind power. Of course, in Finland, they have the forests that also are very important. In Norway, we also invest in fossil fuels, but we can be the most important region. But we need to be able to choose the path forward dependent on our comparative advantages. That way we can also achieve our targets earlier. We need to take into account all our diversity in the green transition and use it to our advantage. So even though this proposal has a real ambition to promote the green transition in the Nordics, it also raises some issues of doubt concerning the practicality of setting a joint Nordic end date to the use of fossil fuels, and we discussed this in the committee. Traditionally, we have been working on the measures that can cut the demand for fuels, not to cut the supply. The green transition, I mean, if we're going to do that, we need to also have an inclusive approach, and then the green solutions need to be available before we ban fossil fuels. We need to provide some security for our citizens and also to create new jobs, and this must be in place first. Since the phasing out of fossil fuels will also pose very different requirements for various Nordic countries, we may also have to lower the ambitions in some countries. When we discussed this in the committee, there was also some doubt whether or not the phase out of fossil fuels and setting an end date could also block for the introduction of a carbon-neutral society, and if the Nordic countries are also ready to put in place the requirements and preconditions that we need in order to do that. And the conclusion was therefore that the committee proposes that the Nordic Council will not do any further measures when it comes to backing this. Thank you very much. I now want to give the floor to the spokesperson of the Centre Group, Simon Holström.
Madam President, more than 50 years has passed since the world's leaders seriously started to warn against the burning of fossil fuels. Today, we're in the bizarre position that children have to go to school on school strike to give climate researchers a voice. The question is quite simple. We have to stop burning of coal, oil, and gas. These stand for 80% of greenhouse emissions today. So far, we have tried to set up reduction targets with various definitions. So far, this work has stood still. We've come to a stage where our where our determination has to be extremely precise, and it should not be able to be interpreted differently, to put a deadline to the usage of fossil fuels provides the precision which is needed in order to get to this deadline. Then we have to make sector by sector phasing out targets which give clarity, long-term and clear defined investments horizons. And this is what also the business side is waiting for. To put a deadline and date is a new way of working. It has worked also when working against the ozone thinning and the stoppage of the papers industry, mercury emissions, the minimization of sulfur emissions also in shipping, and also the phasing out of non-recyclable plastics in the EU. To put a deadline, setting a deadline is also a strong security policy signal. Fossil dependency is dangerous for the Nordics as long as Vladimir Putin's and his totalitarian Russia uses fossil fuel as a weapon in a larger superpower game. So now it is time for us Nordic politicians to show courage, to show that we truly are serious about the climate issues and also with the security question as well, and show that we can look at our children and our grandchildren in the eyes. And as a spokesperson for the reservation, then I call for everyone here to vote to continue to deal with the proposal. Thank you. Thank you. And now we will continue along the list. It is Bryndis Haraldsdottir.
President, ég skal tala på íslensk.
Madam President, I will speak in Icelandic. The Nordic region is doing well in the area of environmental protection, as we're doing the same in climate crisis, but we need to do more and we need to move more swiftly. The question is if this decision will bring us closer towards our goal. We and the Conservative group have our doubts. At the same time, while needing to exchange knowledge and also update each other, we must also try to phase out fossil fuels. But we also need to take into account that there are differences across the Nordic countries. And if we decide on an end date, then we will end up with a solution that is the lowest common denominator. I don't think that is the best way forward. We see what's happened recently in the world. We see what's happening in Europe, how vulnerable we've been, and actually made it possible for Russia to invade Ukraine. We need to prevent that and also to have sustainable solutions regarding the environment. But this particular decision is not the best way forward, and therefore we don't support it. Thank you.
Tack. Och nästa är...
Thank you. And Daniel Riazat, you have the floor. Thank you very much. We've all listened to the many speeches here from the podium about support to Ukraine. We've earlier listened to the questions about the Arctic and Greenland and support for other countries that have been victims to war and other situations. What we forget is that the majority of our countries today still buy and sell fossil fuels from dictators, and one of these countries is Russia. So we cannot stand here and talk about supporting Ukraine, where we're still there's a double moral issue here, and there are also countries like Qatar, Iran, and other people who are that we're talking about, and also it it's a fateful question with question. If we do not do something, there's not much more to fight for. That's why from the Nordic Green Left that we want the Nordic Council to together take a powerful stance for a just climate transition against the real criminals here. And also, we have to go back to renewables much more, and we have to develop technology. The fight for this transition has to be international, and here Nordic collaboration has to play a much bigger role in this work. In order to be able to be successful with the transition, our level of ambitions have to be increased in this work. Also, the last dates and also the deadline for fossil fuels use is very important. We can then seriously strive to work for climate transition in the Nordics. We also give a signal to those people who make investments that these kinds of that invest in fossil fuels, that they have no future in the Nordics. And from our side, we can say, as we said before, that if you say that we are wasting important time, then let me tell you that our political politicians have wasted our time, and we are behind this reservation. Thank you. And then we continue with also the Staffan Eklund for Nordic Freedom. And I'm going to close the speakers list then. And after that, and there's from the Center Group. And then so after that, you have the floor. Thank you, Madam President. I also support that the proposal not to take this, that we should not have a deadline for this. We have given the direction, the ambition should be high, but Nordic countries are different and have different levels of how they can also forbid this. And not only that, to have these, we mustn't make it too simple. We have to take responsibility for all aspects. And also Sweden, for example, has Sweden's highest diesel price, and almost all Swedish companies or parties want to decrease taxes, but we should also make it possible to be diesel-free and use palm oil, but that would give a bigger environmental impact. But we should have to do things that will make the least negative impacts. That ambition, we have to always look at the reality and make sure it suits reality. We perhaps have to use a little bit of fossil fuels to not have strong negative effects in the countryside, or perhaps that we need to have to make a total look at what gives less environmental impacts. Today, biofuels are very much used in Sweden, and also the limitations on the prices are very high. When other people raise prices after demand, then also the prices could go through the roof. And also it should be possible to go back from our higher ambitions, also for citizens' sakes. If the Nordics can go to meet the targets, then young people will lose hope. They have to see that governments do their best for these targets so that everything else that is valuable is also maintained, and so that these also values can be real and not just pies in the sky.
Staffan, där just stanna. Det är...
All right, I would like to ask you to remain here. Simon Holmström, I'll ask for a reply. Thank you for your presentation. I would like to inform you that scientists have given us their view. If we're going to have a future here, we need to achieve the Paris Agreement's 1.5-degree target. And we also need to have a climate emission-free society by 2050. And then we need to cut back every decennium. So therefore, we need to have common targets in order to achieve it. The market for fossil fuels will not be able to resolve this decade by decade. Lower fuel oil prices will tempt us to continue exploring. And of course, the high oil prices will also tempt us to recover more. So therefore, we need to put an end date, and that needs to target the fossil fuels. And that's why we need an end date. All right, Staffan Eklund, thank you for your reply. The ambition needs to be high. And of course, there is full agreement on that. Of course, the problem is the zero target. Zero is very little, and we may need to continue to use some fossil fuels also in future. And we must always do a reality check. What are the consequences if we take a measure? And one thing is that we may not be able to produce foods, for example, and therefore there won't be any support in our populations for this goal. And therefore, we need to have a solid foundation for the measures that we take, but we also need to go forward in such a way that global climate can achieve the goals. Thank you. And then we continue along the list of speakers. Next speaker is Magnus Ek, representing the Center Group. Thank you, Vice President. All right, what kind of acute question that the climate crisis cannot come as news to anyone in this room. And of course, the society that will be affected the most seriously is, of course, here in the Nordic region, because the global warming is many times quicker here in the Arctic and in our Nordic countries. The effects is not something that will affect us. It already affects us, our nature, our agriculture, our economy, and society at large. And here, from the Center Groups, we welcome all proposals that can help us solve the climate crisis, and I mean all proposals, because we need to think outside the box and to turn around the trend and also stop global warming. I would therefore like to thank all the members for the proposal, and this has been debated properly in the Center Group. And all right, we didn't achieve agreement, but a majority in the group, including myself, is that the proposal around setting a common end date for the use of fossil fuels is not a practical one, because we mean that it would just lead to endless discussions about what that date should be. And also, it could be that some sectors or industry still need to use such fuels. Instead, we should also focus on achieving the climate and emission targets that we've set, and these targets, such as the 1.5-degree target, also in reality will require us to phase out fossil fuels as part of a transition towards a sustainable society. And this is more topical also when we look at Russia's attacks on Ukraine, and also the dependence that Nordic and Europe has on Russian fossil energy. Dear Nordic friends, here we must not forget the climate, and also that we need to phase out fossil energy and also replace it with a sustainable alternative. Next speaker is Christian Juhl. All right, I can hear that one spokesperson for the Center Group believes that we heard what the Nordic Freedom spokesperson said. We need to do what we can. And maybe it's not enough to do what we can. We need to do what is necessary, and that means that we also need to do whatever we can, both in science and in all other sectors, to do what is required. And therefore, we also need to ask what we in the Nordic countries and in the world at large to set ambitious targets. Don't you agree with me that, of course, we need to do that if we're going to attain the targets? Don't you agree?
Yes, you may reply. Thank you, President. It's a very interesting semantic discussion. If you can do what should be done. I'm not going to go into this semantic discussion about between the party lines. I'm not interested in that. What I want to know is how much we can do as much as possible. I want to know how we can get more Nordic-produced sustainable energy, regardless if it comes from hydropower, the bioenergy, or the forests, or from somewhere else, which would instead of fossil energy, and also would generate growth in the Nordics. And I think that what's the problem is that we get involved in these semantic discussions instead of putting the point there as to how we can speed up the change and transition, and how that transition also is good on benefits Nordic society. And I'm convinced that this is something that is not just necessary. Oh, just when I was at my most passionate, but I'm sure that this is something which is not just necessary, but just that the transition will also benefit the Nordics, and that's what I will continue to put my focus on that. Thank you. Thank you. And as I just said, I had already closed the speakers list, but we still have two speakers on the list, Rasmus Ling and Rasmus, you have the floor first.
Tack så mycket, President.
Thank you very much, President. I'm also one of the people who has a reservation in the Centre Group, and I think that we should work further ahead with this to set a deadline. Why should we put a deadline, a date? It's about giving or making a transition which is necessary. And today we're in a situation in Sweden, in the Nordics, in Europe, where energy is very expensive, and where both electricity and fuel, as we know, and this transition has to be carried out. It is very important, and we all know about the environmental crisis, and it is in Arctic. They said it's 30 degrees warmer than it should be, really, and apart from the climate reasons, there is also these security policy issues. The importing of oil and gas from Russia should be ceased in Europe, and I hope that the EU countries can be agreed on that sanction against Russia soon. But there are other brutal regimes. Norway is, of course, an exception, but there are other oil-producing countries which persecute their own people, and are threats to the countries. Saudi Arabia and Iran are clear examples of these countries. So there are several reasons to do this, a clear deadline, a date, so that it can be carried out, and actions should be taken, and the more clarity we can get in this, and the more concrete and more quickly this can be carried out. Thank you. Thank you. And then we still have Ola Elvestuen. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I would also like to support the reservation and urge you to continue working on the proposal. We have a huge task ahead of us. We're going to cut back emissions, and we need to stop using fossil fuel sources. We also need to preserve more nature, and we also need to stop plastic waste in the oceans. And what we can do is to also establish a global market economy within the tolerance limits of nature, while at the same time strengthening and supporting democracy. That is the task we are looking at ahead, and therefore setting the end date for the demand for fossil fuels. That is a good proposal. We need a common goal, and even if we do set a common goal, there can be nothing to prevent one country from having more ambitious targets than another. Nothing will prevent them. Today, and from 2019, we have agreed that we are going to achieve carbon neutrality. But there's no agreement about the definition of what that means. It has been defined differently across countries, and therefore I believe it's very important to proceed discussing it, and that we also set the last deadline for when we're going to stop with fossil fuels. And then I am talking about the demand for this. And I think from a financial perspective, that is also an important and right thing to do, because we see that this drives the development of industry. It pays off to also promote technological development and innovation that this means. And there's no risk at leading the way compared to the rest of the world. And therefore, Madam President, I would like to propose that we vote for the reservation and proceed to discuss this further. All right, we don't have much time, so we will not offer any replies. And I hereby declare that this is the end of the debate, and then we will move to put item 7 to the vote regarding the items. And I would also like to say there is a reservation to this proposal, and members who want to support the consideration will vote for. And if you want to support the reservation, you vote against.
Är alla klara?
Has everyone cast their vote? Yes. All right, I hereby announce that the result is 51 votes in favor, number of 13 abstained, and also 17 votes against. So, with these words, I declare that we have now finished with this item of the agenda. And since we have concluded this item, I would now like to give the floor to the President of the Nordic Council to also preside over the final items on our agenda.
Thank you. And now item 8 on the agenda. And I would like to remind you that we're slightly behind the time, and we have to end at 4:30, when a large number of the members, including the the president's also meeting, would have to leave. So, but we will go further along on the agenda, and we have the proposal on a common Nordic strategy against the digital violence and threats. And I would give the floor to Eva Lind. You have the floor.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you very much. Dear Nordic. Thank you. Threats and hate on the internet also affects many.
Drabbas.
And some of us are affected very badly. A study that was carried out amongst the European parliamentarians showed that 58% of female parliamentarians have had sexual threats on harassment online. We know that this affects individual people very badly, but it also affects entire societies and also society and democracy in general. People are silent, the debate is silent, and this makes in our committee makes us very upset, and it is a common proposal from all to fight against these kinds of violations and threats on the internet. We have worked on this together and also are all jointly behind this, and that is what we need, to have joint responsibility to diminish this kind of threats and hate online. And that is why I suggest that we have a national strategy in this area to fight against threats and hate online. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is from Norway. Kathy Lee. Mr. President, digital violations and threats have increased severely with the use of social media. Everyone can be victim of such kind of violations, but women and ethnic minorities have seemed to be impacted the hardest. The digital violations and threats have also become a major equality issue, a challenge for democracy, and also a major societal problem. Threats and hate speech have been made more easy to disseminate. And it seems as if the fact that you can just write to someone that you don't have to face in person also lowers the threshold for doing so for many people. Internet has become a good and a necessary tool for many people to communicate in society. An increasing amount of social discourse takes place online, but it has also become an arena for threats. And many people also say that they don't participate in the public discourse because of the potential for threats, because it affects their self-esteem, that they no longer think that they have anything to contribute with, and that also some of these utterances are so uncomfortable that they don't want to. Many people also say that many of those who threaten them can also find them and threaten their families and children in reality, and it shouldn't be like this. Also, the committee's proposal to develop a common Nordic strategy to combat digital violations and threats is very important, and I hope that this will also give us good guidelines for continuously working in favor to allow people to participate in politic and societal life and live free lives without the threat of hate speech and other harassment. Thank you. All right, we have no one else who has asked for the floor, and we hereby close this debate. And we move to the next item, number 8.2, and that is, of course, consideration of the Nordic Council on Ministers Cooperation Programme for Integration. There is a reservation, and we will also address that. And I give the floor to the spokesperson of the committee, that is Per-Arne Håkansson. You have 3 minutes. Mr. President, integration and respect for diversity and differences is of critical importance for a sustainable future. A majority of the Welfare Committee therefore supports the Council of Ministers Cooperation Programme on Integration for the period 2022 to 24, and we recommend that the programme be implemented taking into account the views that the committee has expressed. And among these, of course, we can highlight the importance for understanding languages, and that is also the importance to have a holistic view of human beings, and also the importance of education, practical learning of languages, and also is important. And the reason for this program is also that in 2016, the Ministers for Cooperation in the Council of Ministers established this cooperation program, and that was also against the backdrop of the flow of refugees. In 2018, we decided that the Ministers for Cooperation should extend the program for another 3-year period, and now we have to make a decision. We've decided today that we can extend it further for another 3-year period. That is what we discussed. It's about integration, it's about education, and it's about everyone's possibility to develop and make choices in society. And therefore, I ask you to support it.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to the spokesperson for Nordic Freedom, Angelika Bengtsson, please. Thank you, Mr. President. I hope that my voice will hold up just a little more. We have a reservation on this item concerning integration. We do not support the content of that proposal. We have very much focus on integration and the difficulties of that. Malmö has received far too many refugees for our capacity. It has led to division, and both culturally and in terms of employment. A lot of this can be connected to the large immigration because they haven't been given a proper chance to become part of our society. It is a personal responsibility to become a part of our society, and if we shall have a more common immigration policy, we should also have a more coordinated action. And for that reason, we in the Nordic Freedom has decided to reserve ourselves against the proposal. Thank you. Thank you. And we'll now go to the next spokesperson for the Centre Group, please. Magnus. Thank you, Mr. President. From the Centre Group, we welcome the integration program. It's a very important document, but also important for us to look to make sure that we succeed with integration in a time where the discussions tend to center on migration and numbers. We are a broad church which holds many different ideological views, but we agree that that society is bigger than the state. If we're to succeed with integration, the integration work should comprise more parts than just the public sector. It's make sure that we will succeed with the financial integration. It's the persons who immigrated to the Nordic region that meet other people in the civil society, in school, or at workplace. And it's all part of the values that we hold so high in the Nordic region. The political work must therefore also go up from the entire society and not just from the public sector. We'll also welcome the particular focus in the work program on labor market immigrants, equality and social equality. Labor immigration within the Nordic region and to the Nordic region is essential for our competitive power. Unequality does not start with immigration, but with unequal structures that defend the integration, and it's therefore this is not caused by immigration, but it emphasizes the inequalities that we have in our society. The trend that we create, gaps between those who are coming in and those who are going out. We want to succeed with the integration, and we also have fair and just societies. So in order to do that we have to bridge those gaps. And now we'll have Tobias Drevland from the Nordic Left Group, Norway.
President, before the attack on Ukraine, there were 80 people fleeing in the world today. Today, we see more than 90 million, and this number is increasing every day. People leave in this moment while we are sitting here. They leave their homes, their loved ones, their mothers, fathers, and friends. And what we see today in Ukraine is a humanitarian catastrophe. It's the worst refugee crisis in Europe since the Second World War. And this program is very topical. But, President, in this very serious moment in time, the Nordic countries are there. We will accept to take in people who are fearing for their lives and who are fleeing. But we also need to remember that a refugee is a refugee, and that we also think of those who live other places in the world, overfilled refugee camps in Greece, Italy, those who flee and drown over the Mediterranean, in Afghanistan and Ethiopia as well. They are also refugees. Therefore, it's important for Nordic Green Left to say that a refugee is a refugee, that the asylum right is important to defend. but there's no surprise that we have many opinions on immigration and integration in this room. But in this cooperation program, I'd like to underline some important topics: that we need an active social life, we have to fight social dumping, more rules in the labor market, and facilitate the participation in the labor market for more immigrations. In addition to that, we have to work in order to integrate refugees and immigrants so that they become active participants in the local community and in the society, in the democracy. And if they become a member of a political party and organization, we will have a more just future together.
There are
no speakers on the list, so we have concluded this section. Have all logged in with your card so you can all vote. Please ensure that. We'll now have a vote on the committee proposal about common Nordic strategy for fighting digital threats and violation. And those who support it, please vote in favor. And those who do not support it, please vote against. And those who neither want to vote in for or against, please abstain from voting. We'll start the voting now. Did you all cast your votes? Then the vote has ended. We have 64 ayes and 68 noes, and no abstentions, so the proposal has been adopted. We'll move to 8.2, the cooperation program about integration. Those members who want to support the opinion, please vote in favor, and those who are against it, please vote against. And those who are neither for nor against, please abstain from voting. And the voting starts now.
Have
you all voted now? Okay, the vote is over. And we have 56 ayes, 9 noes, and no abstentions. So the proposal has been adopted. And I find that we have exhausted agenda item 8, so we will now continue to item 9, growth and development in the Nordic region. We've got 4 white papers. We'll start with 9.91 about the recognition of digital driver's license, and it will be presented by Erkki Thomas Tuomolaja from the S Group in Finland. Please. Thank you, Mr. President. With a view for time, I'll try to be fast. This is a proposal which is really topical. We have often talked about digitalization coming, but we are now here. We see that much of our work touches upon digitalization. The background for this proposal is that Denmark, Finland, Iceland, and Norway have already launched a digital driver's license, which are used as via a mobile app. In Sweden, we do have a clarification work on that, and also in the EU, but they are not available yet. But the driver's licenses, digital driver's licenses, cannot be used in another country. So we always, with digitalization, see that the individual countries make their own solution. So the proposal here is that the committee wants for the Nordic ministers for transport ministers to see to it that the digital driver's license can be used in the different countries in the Nordic region. And it should also be clarified if there's a possibility to have a common Nordic ID function. So we need to talk about this a lot, but I thought that we might as well speed this up. Thank you very much. The next one is Terjen Ottosen from the M Group. Kjell-Arne Ottosen from the M Group. Thank you, Mr. President. I think the order on the list is a bit strange. Well, we have had in this proposal, and we support the opinion. We become more digital, and it's a development that we need to embrace. And the digital driver's license will give us increased accessibility and flexibility for motorists and authorities. And it's become very popular in the countries where it has been introduced. But from a Nordic perspective, it's a bigger challenge that the driver's licenses cannot be used outside your respective countries. So we want to make sure, and this impedes the use of digital solutions for motorists traveling across borders. We welcome a more digital Nordic region, and we think that a mutually recognized driver's license is one possibility, and we therefore ask the Nordic infrastructure ministers to make sure that everybody can use their mobile driver's license across the borders. We thank for the proposal, and we hope that the infrastructure ministers will quickly see to it that it becomes a reality. I think it's a bit of a shame, since we're in Sweden, we don't have the Swedish minister present. I would like to have, being a bit sarcastic, but I mean, if a minister for transport, perhaps this could have been implemented even faster. Thank you very much. The next. This is the end of the speaker list, so we proceed to 9.2, and we will hear the chairman of the committee, Mr. Østergaard. Please.
President, I'm glad that the Committee for Growth and Development has approved this proposal, and I ask the Nordic Council to commission this clearly to the government of the Nordic countries. There are a lot of heavy freight transport in our northernmost regions, but without a safe and predictable and railway connection, people and industry become dependent of less and
Derfor ber utvalget i Nordisk råd om å rekommendere regjeringene å utvikle en felles plan for bærekraftig godstransport med jernbane i den arktiske delen av fastlands-Norden, og virke for at det her inngår i CEF-forordningen fra EU. Utvalget minner om at jernbaneforbindelsene våre ikke kan ses i isolasjon. Det er et viktig ledd i forsyningen av råvarer også ned til resten av Europa. Regjeringene må derfor se transportsystemene våre både i et nordisk og i et europeisk perspektiv, og derfor som en viktig del av det transeuropeiske transportnettverket. For å utnytte CEF i EU til å fremme investeringer i infrastruktur og de arktiske delene av fastlands-Norden er godt samarbeid og samordning av de nordiske lands nasjonale infrastrukturplaner en forutsetning. Og så i tillegg, er det viktig å understreke at alle infrastrukturprosjekter i disse områdene avhenger av involvering av den samiske urbefolkningen. Til slutt, selv om samarbeid i den arktiske delen av Norden er spesielt viktig, så skal nordisk samarbeid om utvikling av infrastruktur strekke seg til hele Norden og inngå i det å utvikle vår region som den mest integrerte og bærekraftige i verden. Og da trengs det bred samordning av de nordiske landenes mål og planer for Nordens infrastruktur, for grensekryssende transport i Norden og til Europa. Så de nordiske regjeringene og ministerrådet bør merke seg det gjentatte engasjementet for grensekryssende og bærekraftig transport, som gang på gang uttrykkes fra et svært bredt flertall i Nordisk råd. Takk.
Tack. Och nästa talare är Per-Olof Tildum från M-gruppen. Varsågod, 2 minuter.
President,
Nordic Green Left, the proposal from September 2020 puts focus to the fact that a big part of the Nordic exportation will take place on the Nordic part of the Arctic. And too much of this is taking place via heavy freight transport along our very narrow roads. We now need an efficient and climate-smart freight transportation, and we need to transfer this to the railroad system. Sundsvall, Östersund, Trondheim in the middle of Ofotbanen between Luleå and Narvik, and a new stretch of 40 kilometers between Sappavaara and Kaumasara. The possibility for a new legs of the northernmost railroad system is very important in this perspective. Nordic Green Left has previously proposed to connect the countries with night trains, which has been supported also by Nordic Council. The Center Group agrees with the Nordic Green Left that we need more environmental friendly transportation in the Arctic region. And good and forward-looking infrastructure is important to maintain and create new jobs. Take into consideration the rights of the indigenous peoples is important. So I'm glad that Nordic Green Left points to the fact that this has to be done in cooperation with the Sami population. In the original proposal, there were concrete factors that were taken up. The Center Group meant that this went outside of the mandate, but we're glad that the committee now has agreed to leave this out. President, this is why the Center Group will vote in favor of this proposal. Next speaker is Lorena Delgado Vargas from Sweden.
Det blir ett kort anförande.
Very briefly, President. But I'm very glad that we agree on this proposal that we have put forward. This is an important question, especially in relation of the fact that we've been talking a lot about the disinformation from Russia on Ukraine and the consequences of that for our collective communities. And freight transportation is important in order to transport food, raw materials, and so forward. These are transported on trucks today. And if we want to stop depending on fossil fuel, this is a welcome proposal. For us, it's very important also to include the Sami population in this when we want to develop these connections. Most of the heavy transport are transport of minerals via rail, and they pass through Sami areas, which is, of course, a big has big consequences for the reindeer herding and their livelihoods. So we need to make sure that we include them. But otherwise, I think we should shift as much as we can over to rail when it comes to freight transport. We now have Maria Stockhaus from the K Group, Sweden. Thank you, President. The Conservative Group supports this consideration. We think that this is a very important measure in order to attain our objective to be the world's most integrated region. For this, we need transportation. The original proposal was more geographically limited, but during the consideration, we have seen a more coordination with the EU. It's important that we do not limit this proposal too much when we are going to deliver it to the Nordic Council. It is clear that we need a Council of Ministers for infrastructure. I think it's not possible to understand why we don't have such a Council of Ministers. So that is something we have to take up in our respective parliaments. This is important for the Nordic cooperation, but also for our coordination with the EU when it comes to cross-border transportation. So we support this proposal. Okay, no more people, no more names on the speaking list, so we end this discussion now. I now give the floor to Erkki Tuomioja for the next item on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if any of you have got a COVID dog or in the past couple of years, since the demand for pet dogs has soared under the corona pandemic. And this has caused the queues of buyers from serious breeders to go up. And this has caused leagues to import puppies bred under bad conditions. Those who carry out that sort of trading, they're the same networks and leagues that deal with drugs and forged ID papers. And from an ethical point of view and also animal protection view, it's objectionable. And also it represents a health risk in the presence of rabies in the dogs. So there's also dogs who are imported legally or apparently legally because of forged documents. The committee believes that these tragic trade in puppies on these premises can be helped or fought with legislation and also cooperation between the Nordic countries in order to render the battle against the smugglers efficient. For instance, the ID registers of the dogs in the different countries should be able to be integrated, and one should also work for ensuring that additional countries join. And also, we should remove Russia from the list of countries from which commercial animals can be imported into the Nordic region. This can all strengthen the basis for taking antibody testing against animals and diseases such as rabies and other. So I think it's very important, this, and the committee supports the members' proposal. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Katty Lie from NGV Norway. Please. Thank you, Mr. President. This is an important member's proposal that I am pleased to recommend. The smuggling of dogs from puppy factories has increased, and during the pandemic, because more people have wanted a dog, and smuggling of dogs by unscrupulous leagues is a big animal welfare problem. The puppies are raised in awful conditions, exposed to diseases and stress. Also, it represents a health risk for people and for our Nordic dogs. We risk introducing diseases such as rabies and multi-resistant bacteria. The proposal calls for an integration of the national ID registers for dogs, and that could be implemented fairly quickly. There is a list of animals from which countries from which animals with correct papers can be imported, and it's proposed that Russia is removed from that list. We had the same problem with Ukraine. There are a number of refugees, so many refugees coming that some countries have eased their travel restrictions. We haven't done that in Norway, but we have made it easier for dogs to enter, but they are tested and put into quarantine. And this is an important tool for exposing smugglers that the other Nordic countries should use as well. This is important both for animal welfare and for health considerations for people. No more people on the speakers list, so we have ended the debate and we'll proceed to 9.4, and I'd like the spokesperson Stein Erik Lauvås to present the proposal. You've got 3 minutes, please. Thank you, Mr. President.
Fra Danmark. Steinlager, Rex.
These are all well-known names in equestrian sports and good representatives of their country. We've got other races which gather tens of thousands of people and create great sporting presentations in peaceful battle. And then we have, of course, the very well-known Icelandic horse. Everybody understands that this proposal is to strengthen the horse industry in the Nordic region, which represents more than 120,000 jobs in rural and urban, and also we have horses that are endangered in terms of disappearing, and we must do something about that. We must so now it's the trotting race that gives important employment effects. Now the committee has proposed considered the proposal from the Social Democratic Group of improving the conditions for horse industry so that we have more employment in that that region. And we have only had positive feedback from the various sectors within the horse industry. So it's a proposal like this will improve animal welfare and take care of our Nordic breeds of horses. This is a possibility that the respective countries of government should not pass by, and this is all the possibility to give people employment is one of the fundamental principles of the Nordic region. So I hope for your support. And we have now Anne Jenstetter from UNR Denmark. You have 3 minutes, please. We in the Center Group thank the Social Democratic Group for this proposal, because we are completely in agreement that the horse industry is an important and often disregarded sector, because with 500,000 Nordic horses, it's a question, well, the conditions for horses is not just a matter of culture and joys of life. It's also a very sustainable billion kroner business. So we hope that we can stand together to increase our cooperation to avoid doping, mistreatment and exploitation of horses, because we must remember that we come from a region with world-known horses, whether it be the red Dala horses or Pippi Longstocking's dotted horse, or the Icelandic pony trotting along under the northern lights. In all that, the Nordic horses are a golden geese with hooves. Thank you. With this, I consider the debate closed, and we'll move over to the vote about the consideration. The 9.1 about recognition of digital driver's license, and those who wish to vote in favor of the proposal, please vote in favor. Those who do not wish to support it, vote against, and those who do not want to support or oppose it, please abstain from voting. Now, have everybody voted now? Yes. The voting has ended, and we have 68 who have voted yes. We don't have any no votes and no abstentions, so the proposal has been adopted. This brings us to item 9.2, and again, those who wish to support the proposal, please vote yes. Those who do not wish to support the proposal, please vote against. And those who do not wish to neither support nor not support the proposal about sustainable goods transport, please abstain and start voting now. Have everybody voted? Yes. The vote has ended, and 68 have voted in favor, no have abstained, and the proposal has been adopted. We now move to 9.3, the proposal against dog smuggling. Those who support the proposal, please vote in favor. Those who cannot support, please vote against. And those who do not wish to support, please abstain from voting and start voting now. Has everyone voted? Yes. The voting has ended. We have 70 votes in favor, no votes against, and no abstentions, so the proposal has been approved. Bringing us to 9.4, the consideration about the horse industry in the Nordic region. Those who wish to support the proposal vote in favor. Those who do not wish to support vote against, and those who do not want to support or the opposite, please abstain from voting. Start voting now. And the vote has ended, and we have 69 votes in favor. 70 votes in favor, and no votes against, and no abstentions. So the consideration has been adopted. This brings us to the end of item 9 on the agenda. We'll proceed now to item 10, and the first reading of new members' proposal, the proposal from all party groups. And here, the debate the spokesperson for the committee making the proposal is given 3 minutes speaking time. And the first proposal is about a noted cooperation concerning the disease of long COVID, and it will be presented by Camilla Gunnell from the S Group. Please. Thank you, Mr. President. We want, of course, to put the COVID pandemic behind us. Unfortunately, it's not over yet, even though the Ukraine war is taking all the attention in the media. We'll also have other consequences of the pandemic staying. These challenges we'll have to deal with in the best possible way. The long COVID, which is a long-term syndrome after COVID is an important health problem. We have 7.3 million confirmed COVID cases in the Nordic region, and at least 10% are likely to get long COVID. And even if most of the cases are short and mild, even the most important estimates say that tens of thousands could have long-term disabilities because of that. And that will cause a challenge that we have to meet in the Nordic region together. We want to coordinate our efforts and build on existing knowledge and resources for post-viral conditions. We have several Nordic reports in the area which can also show how we can proceed with this question, and the research concerning infectious conditions is underfinanced. So here we have a new chance to deal with this. The American Congress has looked seriously at this objective, so has the Netherlands and Scotland. And we need to follow that trend. So the Social Democratic Group proposes that the Nordic Council recommends to Nordic Council ministers to coordinate the Nordic research and efforts to combat the disease of long COVID with the knowledge and resources from other post-viral diseases such as ME and CFS, and use that to treat long COVID within the Nordic region. Anders Kronwald's written question about ME was answered that it wouldn't be possible to lift out a single diagnosis or patient group, but I hope that this proposal will make more people see how important this problem is, and so that it will have more attention. Thank you, Mr. President. Then, now that Anders Kronborg was mentioned, I'll give him 1 minute to reply. Thank you very much. It's difficult within 1 minute to go in depth with this very serious issue, but I'll just say that this is something that I hope that the ministers who are present today are listening to very carefully, because it's been months since I first asked the question to the Nordic governments, but it was postponed several times, and I hope that if you, honoured members of the Nordic Council, read the replies that I've received from the governments for these in-depth and very precise questions, I'd put it like this: you will not get any answers. And I think that that's a shame, given the issue touches upon the lives of so many thousand people. We've got young people lying in dark rooms who are unable to move on, who've lost all social contact. We have not enough research, recognition across the Nordic region in terms of this, but this issue is simply too serious to allow a situation in which I do not get a reply from my Nordic ministers. Thank you very much. Thank you for the floor. It's very important that our Nordic governments listen to the Nordic Council when we take an initiative such as this, and when we voted and work on it with evaluations and questions, so that it's felt that the work that we are doing here is relevant and topical. So I hope that if motion is taken seriously this time, that it will lead to actually implementing Anders Kronborg's initiative. Now this ends the debate, and we'll proceed to the proposal from the Center Group, and it will be presented by Linda Modig from the Center Group.
Thank you, dear Nordic friends. This year we're celebrating the 70th anniversary of the Nordic Council. It's a fantastic opportunity. In the Center Group, we want to use this opportunity to open a discussion on the role and objectives of the Nordic Council. Since its inception, many things have happened, and over time we have different opinions on what the objectives of this association is. What do we want to achieve with this cooperation? What is the essential things in the Nordic cooperation? That's why we in the Center Group want to open this discussion and decide what we are going to focus on in the future. The session the Vision 2030 was designed before the pandemic, and perhaps we should go back and see if we shouldn't take care of our own strategic position for the future and an overall goal for what we're doing. We have to decide what we want to do with our institution. That's why with this discussion we want to create a discussion on our priorities, the issues we should work on, and how the role of the Nordic Council should look in this broader international perspective. And we want to use and take advantage of this anniversary year in order to position ourselves for the future with the Nordic Council. So that's why we want this discussion with other party groups. Thank you very much. No other people have asked for the floor here, so we will move on to the vote. And we will start with the representatives of the Conservatives group on the Nordic stance on energy policy. President, let me see. We started to work on this proposal this autumn when we were in Copenhagen, and the point of departure is the high electricity prices in Sweden, which has since then increased a lot since then. And the thought was, is it possible that we work together in order to get lower prices, that we have the same prices for all of the Nordic region so that we have the same situation? But since then, unfortunately, it's become very clear that the situation that we have today with war in our close area has changed the idea that it's necessary for us to work on this question of energy. It's about climate transition and also the electricity prices, but this is also touches upon security policy. And it's clear that this also affects the Nordic capacity for defense. And I think that a common stance here is even more important. We want a Nordic stance on Nordic production and regulation of the energy market. And we also want to help our Baltic friends so that they can stop being so dependent on Russian energy. That was all. Thank you, President. Thank you. I now have Arvanta Mori from the Center Group.
Tack, herr president. Ursäkta.
Thank you, President. I think it's a good member's proposal, and we have to look at the energy policy and see how we can strengthen the competitivity in the Nordic region. And it's also important to see what we have to do in order to cope with the climate challenges. That's our responsibility, and also stop the fossil dependency, and that and also see how we can export more to our neighboring countries on the continent. But we also have this security dimension. It's also made very clear because of what has happened in the Ukraine. We could have a common supply security goal so that we are stronger, both when it comes to our competitivity and also to reduce the dependency that we have today. Thank you. Staffan Egloff is the next speaker. Thank you, President. I'm going to present a membership proposal on the fight against invasive species. Invasive foreign species have moved from their original environment into a new environment and creates problems for the ecosystem, for the agriculture and health situation. And that is a very costly thing even today, and the costs are rocking. Invasive species can arrive without us knowing. So early discovery and of this is very important. We have to monitor this. We need monitor methods. We need to fight these species, and we have to coordinate our efforts in order to obtain a good result. Nordic Freedom proposes that the Nordic Council recommends the Nordic Council of measures in order to prevent, monitor, and fight invasive species. This is very important, and we need also an exchange of information and knowledge about these species within the Nordic region. And this last point important in order to fight all individuals of a species is important if we want to stop this. We have a certain cooperation in the Nordic region for animals, wild animals, but we also can do this on in other areas. Thank you for your attention. And now we have Lulu Ranne, Nordic Freedom. Thank you, President. I will do this in Finnish. Dear colleagues, common decisions within energy policy can promote our core missions. One of our core missions is to protect our Norwegian citizens and make sure that they can have their daily lives and that we have a good supply of energy in the Nordic region. We also need to protect the economy, and we need to protect our populations from the consequences of the crisis. If you think about the wind energy instead of nuclear energy, this has been a bad solution for us. We have made ourselves very dependent on Russian energy this way. In the Nordic region, we have to secure our supply of energy. We cannot replace this with weak solutions, which is what we have been doing so far. We cannot invalidate the society in investing in solutions that do not work for the future. Wind energy is not a good solution for the supply of energy. We will always need other forms of energy. We can use this. We also have for the future, but we need to also start doing research in order to find emission-free alternatives, and also smaller nuclear plants is one of these alternatives. But this is nothing we can force. We cannot destroy what we already have before we have better solutions and better alternatives. We have to use the VT technology, see that it's more mature before we implement this to a greater extent. I don't have a reply, so this ends this point. Let's move on to 10.4. This is a member proposal from Tobias Drevland on children and young people who grow up in persistent low-income circumstances. Thank you very much, President. Earlier today, we have discussed the Nordic welfare models, and we can take great pride in them. The Nordic countries has, historically speaking, since the war, been marked by small differences, strong community, and universal welfare schemes, equalizing the differences between those who are rich and those who are poor. But this is nothing we can take for given. Number of children who grow up in persistent low-income circumstances or poverty in our country has decreased in our countries lately. In Norway in 2019, according to Statistics Norway, we had 115,000 children growing up in such circumstances. And according to Save the Children, the relative child poverty in Denmark is 13.2%, Finland 14.3%, and in Sweden 23.1%. These are young people and children who do not have the same possibilities as others to attend football trainings, to cultural schools, or dance classes because their parents can't afford it. These are families where the parents may not have money enough to buy a winter jacket when it's cold. These are children in families who perhaps do not have, can afford going on holiday where all their friends at school do that, simply because they don't have enough money. What are the consequences for these children? An anonymous boy has been quoted in the Norwegian Directorate for Children and Families, and he says, when you can't go to your friend's birthday because you can't afford it, they finally stop asking you to come. The boy disappears, end of quote. Boy, 18 years. In Vision 2013, it is stated that Nordic region wants to become the world's most sustainable and integrated region. Equality and welfare is a prerequisite to secure employment and dynamic economies. If we want to do that for our children and youth, we have to prioritize equality and welfare. The Nordic countries need to work hard to preserve the Nordic society model, but then we have to reverse the trend where an increasing number of children are growing up in poverty. This is why the Nordic Green Left wants to create a common action plan to reduce the number of children and young people growing up in such circumstances. We have to take stock of what's happening in the Nordic countries with this question and report back to the Nordic Council. This is an effort that we have to take seriously. We have to start now if we want to look our children and grandchildren in the eyes and see that we deliver them a country that is better than when we took over. Then I hope we all understand what we need to do.
Thank you. We'll now hear Mikko Kikkonen from the Centre Group in
Jag ska tala på finska.
I'll speak in Finnish. Honored Mr. President, the idea of Nordic welfare also includes the thought that any of us, regardless of our background, should be able to succeed and come as far in your life as you want to. But we still haven't managed to get rid of children's poverty. During the pandemic, the situation has only deteriorated. In Finland, we recently made a report about child poverty, and the result was that the child family poverty is even deeper than previously. There are several factors which has caused this. We have talked about inheritance legislation, but we're also talking about poverty despite work, despite being employed. It can also be that you are poor because of a lack of knowledge. We know all the reasons. Now we need the cure for it. The most important is that we prevent the problem, for instance, through sufficient social support, by supporting families with many children, sole parents or immigrants. This is all something we have taken from the this idea of a free hub in connection with schoolwork. How can we support these families during difficult times? Because their children are our future, so we need to move on with this proposal. Thank you. I note that there are no speakers on the list, so the discussion has ended. The next item on the agenda has already been presented, but Kjell Arne Ottosen from the Center Group wanted to speak. If you want to speak, you've got 2 minutes to do that.
President.
Now I have the floor. I will take it. But I have asked a written question to the Danish government concerning this. We need to have more cooperation, and I received questions about commenting the answer from the Danish government. The problem was that the answer that I got from the Danish government was found in many places, it seemed, but I didn't receive it, which is a bit strange. So previously, when I've asked questions to the ministers, there's another time where I had the same experience. I asked the question, and the answer arrives, but not for me who asked the question. So no. Could we have a better handling concerning written questions so that you actually get an answer when you've asked a written question? So that was what I wanted to speak about, not about the invasive species. Oh, thank you. This question about written questions and their answers has been raised earlier as well, and we have unfortunately noted that the Council of Ministers does not respect the wishes for written answer. So we need perhaps to improve the arrangement a bit and the processing of the Council's questions. But I find still that we have ended the consideration of item 10 on the agenda. So we'll proceed now to item 11, which is the closing of the session. And I'd like to thank all the members of the Council, ministers, guests, observers, and so on and so forth for their contribution to the discussions in this theme session 2022. And I think we'll all remember the discussion and debate we've had about Ukraine. And it is something which will involve us for a long time, even after that war has ended. So this is a question has affected the entire cooperation system, and the Nordic Council needs to be involved in that as well. I'd also like, on behalf of the Nordic Council, thank the Swedish delegation for hosting this meeting. I'd like to thank the interpreters and the other staff members who have been in charge of the planning and make it possible to have this session. And the Finnish delegation is looking forward to welcoming you all to the 74th session in Helsinki in week 44. That is from the 31st of October to the 3rd November 2022. And with these words, I'll wish you all a safe trip home, and I declare the Nordic Council's theme session 2022 closed.